You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A lot going on this morning, so I want to let you know a little bit of what you can expect. We are standing by and waiting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis around 11:15. He is going to be speaking at the University of Florida in Gainesville, where we expect him to be giving some remarks. So we will take you there live when he begins speaking there in about 15 minutes or so. Let me also give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C., where we expect to hear shortly from the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI speaking at the Department of Justice there. I'm not sure what they are going to be talking about, but a lot of top DOJ officials at this news conference, so we are monitoring that as well. But we begin closer to home here, and the investigation continuing into the death of a Titusville teenager on board a cruise ship that set sail from Port Miami. Still a lot of questions about the death of 18-year-old Anna Kepner at this point. She was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship, and now we're learning from court documents that a child of Kepner's stepmother may be part of a criminal investigation. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz explains what we know.
Stepmother's child could be the focus of a possible new criminal investigation tied back to her death. It's been almost 2 weeks since 18-year-old Anna Kepner died on a Carnival cruise ship. Now, new court documents state the FBI's investigation could become criminal. Quote, a criminal case may be initiated against one of the minor children. This comes from a motion filed by the attorney representing Kepner's stepmother, Chantel Hudson, in an unrelated civil divorce case. In it, the attorney states Hudson should not have to testify in an upcoming hearing because her testimony could be self-incriminating. The document states Kepner was on a Carnival cruise with her stepmother and her stepmother's child when she was found on November 7th. Fox 35 spoke to a criminal defense attorney not affiliated with this case. He says it's Hudson's Fifth Amendment right not to testify.
There's no secret, that there is an investigation going on right now, whether it's possibly criminal. We understand that there's no benefit to testifying right now if that could hurt you in the future. It's just best not to give any kind of testimony. It's best not to expose your client to cross-examination, being attacked or being questioned under oath.
And I do want to clarify that the documents we have received do not mention the death investigation, and they do not mention Anna Kepner's name. In fact, they do not mention anyone's name in specific besides Hudson, who again is Kepner's stepmother. Now, we reached out to the FBI for information, and we are awaiting a response back. I'll send it back to you guys in studio.
So still a lot of questions today about this and where this investigation goes from here. We know the FBI has been tight-lipped about their investigation into Anna Kepner's death, and so we are continuing to try to piece together some new details about what happened. Meanwhile, the Orlando International Airport may be looking at creating its own police department. That is going to be the topic of discussion, or one topic of discussion, at the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority board meeting later today. That's set for 2 o'clock. And one of the things that they are looking at is creating an in-house airport police department. A lot of airports across the country do this. Right now, MCO is not one of them. It uses officers from Orlando. And so the GOA, the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, going to be looking at that, one of the items up for discussion today. Fox 35's Marley Capper has more on what that would mean and kind of how that process could play out.
Right now, the Orlando Police Department actually patrols the airport here at MCO, but the leaders are wanting to talk about having their own independent law enforcement agency. The airport wants to begin discussions with the city and Orlando PD to outline a 4-year transition, including recruitment, training, and development of policies while maintaining public safety. There's no immediate financial impact right now to be expected, and the goal is to establish a law enforcement model tailored specifically to the airport environment. I tried to talk to travelers this morning. Here's what one young man from New York had to say about the idea.
Personally, it wouldn't change how safe I feel. I think maybe the strictness of how everything's held could change, but that's about it.
So, of course, there's still a lot of questions to be had. The board is going to be meeting at 2 p.m. this afternoon to discuss all of the ideas. We'll bring you guys those updates as soon as they are available. I did some research. There's very few airports across the country that have its own complete independent station outside of city, county, and statewide agencies. So there'll be some other conversations to be had as if they'll still have jurisdiction and what that partnership would look like.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, kind of more of the same here, but we love it.
Yeah, we do. It'll have been a couple of weeks of this more of the same, this perfect weather. Better this more of the same than like a cold, dark Ohio more of the same, right?
You are right about that.
It could always, from where we broadcast here in Florida, the weather is just ideal, and it will be for, well, about the next week or so before we start to see some changes on Thanksgiving. First off, this beautiful shot from Jen Thomas, Flagler Beach, a sunrise for the ages. It's just it's so illustrative of the weather pattern that we've had. It's steady, it's predictable, it's delightful. And let's talk about the forecast here hour by hour as we push through this lunchtime hour and look ahead to this afternoon. We're going to warm up to 83 degrees and then cool down into the mid 70s for your evening commute and low 70s for dinner time. Low humidity, ideal conditions, and no sign of any significant changes for the next 7 days. We're going to top out today to 84 degrees in Bushnell, 84 in Gainesville, a touch cooler on the coast on the Atlantic side thanks to the adjacent cooler Atlantic waters. We've got water temps between about 72 and 75 degrees, and so we'll have a little bit of an onshore flow keeping us into the upper 70s in Melbourne to Daytona instead of the lower to middle 80s. Well, this is the weather setup. We've got a blocking pattern featuring high pressure in the upper levels over the Gulf that will essentially keep all of the weather systems out of our hair through at least the middle of next week. But on the eve of Thanksgiving, the first fissures in the forecast, the first signs of change as cold Arctic air surges down into the lower 48 out of Canada. You can see that from Rapid City to Chicago. It will rapidly cool. And by Thanksgiving, we're going to have some really cold weather, it looks like in parts of the Midwest, maybe Detroit. And we're going to be on that border between the hot and the cold, which means rain will be in the forecast. We'll have some clouds, showers, maybe even the thunderstorms on Thanksgiving Day. And then we're going to warm back up as we head into early December before another cool down. Now, once you get beyond 7 to 10 days, making an exact forecast is very, very tough. There's so many things that can change. But what we can do is see the overall pattern. And this pattern of steady as she goes is soon going to become one of tumultuousness as waves of cold interact with the warm weather and produce storm systems. It's just a matter of timing the arrival of the cold and timing the arrival of the associated rain. Now, for Thanksgiving, the forecast itself, it does look like a cold front will be in our vicinity. Its exact timing, its exact placement, the exact amount of moisture available will determine our rain chances. But probably how Thanksgiving will look is mostly cloudy with periods of showers and maybe a few rumbles through the day with cooling conditions going from the 80s to the 60s and maybe low 70s for Black Friday. So for the travel forecast, next week will be good for the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday preceding Thanksgiving. That front comes in for Thanksgiving itself. All right, let's talk 7-day forecast. Before we jump into the rain, here in Central Florida, it's looking really great. This is why so many people fly in from all over the country and all over the world to enjoy the theme parks, because it's just like made for TV. It's like Pleasantville. Highs in the low to mid 80s, low humidity, morning lows in the 60s. You can wear that light sweatshirt and then enjoy the warm sunshine during the afternoon. So yeah, the big question is December. And Garrett, sometimes when it's like this, when it's been so quiet for so long, December can come in like a lion. And it can produce severe weather, not just for Florida, but all over the southeast and the mid-south. So we'll have to watch how that goes in December. I think it's going to be a lot more active in the weeks to follow. All
right, we will certainly stay tuned for that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Wednesday morning. Keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got much more to come. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We do have some breaking news here as we continue to follow these new developments in the death of Titusville teenager Anna Kepner, the 18-year-old who was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship. New court documents just into our newsroom identify, they are unnamed in the court documents. They are a minor, but identify a suspect in connection with that case. And I want to show you the court document here. This is a response in a case that has been filed in the family law division of court. And this is not a document that is directly part of the investigation into the death of Anna Kepner. As we heard a little bit from Amanda Ruiz in her report just a little bit ago. But this does reference the ongoing investigation and mentions that this person, this child, is a suspect regarding the death. Let me pull up that document for you to take a look at here. It identifies this suspect as a male child born in 2009, the son of Kepner's stepmother and her ex-husband. And you see here under bullet point number 6, and let me see if I can highlight that for you. I don't know that I can when I have it full screen like this. I can't. But right here, it is true that there is an open investigation regarding the death of the biological daughter of the stepfather, and the initials is a suspect regarding this death, which occurred recently on a cruise ship. It mentions that there are a couple other references that I'm going to scroll down to that I just saw. Again, a lot of this does not pertain to the Anna Kepner case specifically, but it does mention, again, as stated here at bullet point number 10, as stated, there is an open FBI investigation involving that person, talking about rescheduling the hearing because funeral services for the deceased daughter of the stepfather are scheduled for this week, and the family is grieving. So again, this court document here identifies this 16-year-old as a suspect, quote, regarding this death, which occurred recently on a cruise ship. So we are slowly piecing things together, learning some more details here about this case. I want to get you live now to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, speaking live now at Let's go ahead and listen in.
Down in a restaurant in Medellin before he could testify against Wedding. Today we're unsealing a new indictment charging Wedding with 2 additional counts of witness tampering and intimidation, murder, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The website that was used to hunt down this witness and his wife, that has since been removed. That has been deleted. Protecting federal witnesses from retaliation is core to the department's mission. It's about individual safety, but more, it's about protecting the rule of law itself. The new indictment also includes several other individuals involved in the murder of the witness and other crimes in connection with this criminal enterprise. You're going to be hearing more about that from the people behind me. We're working very closely with our partners at the State Department and the Department of Treasury. The State Department has raised the reward for Ryan Wedding from $10 million to $15 million. We're offering $2 million rewards for information leading to the arrest of those involved in the murder of the witness. The Treasury Department's Foreign Asset Control is seizing assets belonging to approximately 19 of the targets associated with Wedding's criminal enterprise, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I want to thank the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California, as well as our Canadian law enforcement partners for their steadfast commitment to bring Ryan Wedding to justice. I also want to thank the Colombian National Police, who have greatly helped us. Let me be clear, drugs are killing our kids. Whether you are a street-level drug dealer, a common street-level drug dealer, or an international drug kingpin, we are coming for you, we will find you, and you will be accountable and held to justice for your crimes. It's killing our kids, it's killing our friends, it's killing our relatives, and this guy is responsible for a tremendous amount of that horror. President Trump gave us one mission: make America safe again. And we will not sit idly by and let these drug dealers continue to do business, run roughshod on our neighborhoods, and put the American people and our Canadian people in harm's way. To the American people, the Justice Department will use every tool available to catch these monsters. Thank you to all of our partners in this fight. From day one, Ryan Wedding has been on the top of Director Patel's radar to get him. We have talked about him constantly, and I'd now like to introduce Director Patel, who has done a tremendous job in his efforts to catch these monsters. Director Patel.
Thank you, General. As the Attorney General stated, our mission since the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General and this tremendous team was assembled by President Trump is to safeguard American lives. Already this year, thanks to the Department of Justice's leadership, in combination with the interagency, including this FBI, have seized record amounts of narcotics, to include record amounts of cocaine, including record amounts of fentanyl. All of these narcotics are enabled by our enemies to go after our youth and our communities and kill and destroy American civilization. Under President Trump's leadership, we have been shutting that down since day one. As the Attorney General mentioned, this is an indictment, an additional indictment, an arrest of multiple subjects, nearly a dozen more, and that brings the total to approximately 36 indicted. And you'll hear the details from the tremendous team established here by the Attorney General. Most importantly, you do not get to be a drug kingpin and evade the law. Make no mistake about it. Ryan Wedding is a modern-day iteration of Pablo Escobar. He's a modern-day iteration of El Chapo Guzman. This Justice Department and this FBI will work with our Canadian counterparts and the government officials across the world to bring him to justice. He is responsible for engineering a narco-trafficking and narco-terrorism program that we have not seen in a long time. He will not evade justice. We are here today because this Department of Justice, behind Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the Deputy Attorney General, have made it clear to the American people with the indictments they have brought that law enforcement and agencies like this FBI will lead the effort to go out there and make sure these animals are brought to justice. And that's exactly what we will do. This step, this interagency step, is a huge, huge step towards obtaining justice for so many American lives lost and so many American lives saved. Thanks to the courageous efforts of law enforcement. This is what a great team looks like, working together for the American people under the motto that President Trump set forth to make America safe again. It's incredibly humbling for this FBI to be a part of it and to lead out the efforts on Ryan Wedding. And for those of you out there that have any information on Ryan Wedding, now is the time to speak up. Now is the time to help us. This FBI has always engaged the public around the world for their assistance in bringing some of the world's most dangerous criminals and terrorists to justice. And we are doing so again today. He will not.
FBI Director Kash Patel is continuing to speak at the Department of Justice. 35 people indicted in connection with this international drug operation. There is a reward out for information that leads to the arrest of one of the other suspected drug traffickers that they have been discussing here. We've got to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you to Gainesville now, University of Florida campus. This is Maury Hosseini, who is the chairman of the Board of Trustees at UF, who is speaking right now. We expect to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis any minute now at this ceremony on UF's campus. Hearing from Hosseini, who was welcoming the former Florida Supreme Court Justice who just recently stepped down, Charles Kennedy, who announced he is leaving the court and is going to be leading UF's School for Classical Liberal Education, the Hamilton School. There you saw a sign behind the speaker just a moment ago. He's going to begin starting in 2026, the director and tenured professor there. So let's go ahead and listen in as this ceremony continues right now in Gainesville.
I'm so proud of King Griffin. If you look at, since he's been to Florida, and if it wasn't for this governor, King Griffin would not move to this state. Why? He wanted to go to a state that is safe. And this governor made this state safe. He moved from Chicago to Miami because he felt our state is a safe state to be, plus many other things that our state bring. One of the most prosperous state in the country. Actually, Florida is number 15 in the world. So thank you, Ken. We can't wait to ask you for more. Now about the building. As you can tell by looking at it, this is a truly historic structure. In fact, it is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Infirmary opened in 1931 to serve UF's student population of 3,000 and was expanded in subsequent years to accommodate a rapidly growing student body, especially after World War II. According to one news report at that time, the 1947 expansion cost whopping $325,000. I would love to see the construction costs estimate like that now. Some of you here today may even remember going to the infirmary as students to get treatment for a cold or maybe for a headache from staying out a little too late at night before celebrating after final exam. Our kids never go out. They just do it after final exam. So I came here. I had a little procedure. So 6-7 years ago, I came right here to this building, and I went in and went to a room, and I said, oh, my God, is this where our students are coming? You know, and this is the moment they need help. So fast forward, with the help of our board, we decided to build a new infirmary where it should be, which right next to our football practice. And if you have seen the new building, it's beautiful. So we closed this place in 2023. And us looking for what would be the best thing for this building as a historical building. Hamilton. You couldn't ask for a better place. And we have the pictures of the new building that we're going to take inside of this building out and build inside out. You see it's going to be an amazing, amazing building. Again, thanks to the governor for funding us. And we are on our way today. When this project is completed in fall of 2027, with classes starting in the spring of 2028, the transformational will be absolutely stunning. The operative word is illumination. Interior spaces will be opened up to allow sunlight to filter in, creating an atmosphere of transparency, welcome to all, full of reading rooms, seminar halls, lounges, and quiet corners where students can learn and engage with each other. However, Illuminations also reflects the top-flight educational experience our students will receive. And you know that by the faculty we have. We have the most amazing faculty at Hamilton anyone would want. After the Hamilton School, the curriculum will focus teaching leadership and enduring values that our founders believe were essential to a free society. And that's as it should be. It is now my pleasure to welcome our president, Dr. Donald Landry, whose leadership and vision continue to guide the University of Florida to even greater heights. Dr. Landry.
Thank you, Chairman Husseini, and many thanks to Ken Griffin for his generosity, for his support. It's an enormous privilege to be here with you today to celebrate an extraordinary moment for the University of Florida. As the sage has noted, tradition, and what greater than the canon of Western civilization? Tradition is not the worship of ashes. It is the preservation of fire. And the fire burns bright at the Hamilton School for Classical and Civics Education at the University of Florida. This bonfire represents the vision and boldness of a governor, a legislature, a board of trustees. Others have tried to kindle such programs. Many have seen their efforts falter and extinguish. But in Florida, at the University of Florida, things are different. By virtue of the inspired leadership of Governor DeSantis, the Florida legislators, Chairman Husseini, and the Board of Trustees of the University of Florida, their boldest vision of a massive Hamilton school with the highest standards for faculty, directly joined to the president and provost of this university. This was conjured into being, reified with the hiring of 48 faculty in under 3 years, a blink of an eye in academic time. And now we meet at a groundbreaking as a classical and traditional infirmary is transformed into a home for what we hope and believe is the remedy for what ails the academic enterprise of this nation. That's why we're here. This is the foundation that we have established. This is the structure we're going to inhabit, and we're going to be of service to the nation, to the state. Thank you.
I know I can stand here and try to go everything our governor has done, and he would say, get on with the program. So with that, let's welcome the governor of the state of Florida, our governor, Ron DeSantis.
Well, thank you, Maury. And Maury made a comment about what we're doing will impact our kids, and certainly here at the Hamilton School, I think of that. But I must acknowledge, the Florida Governor's Mansion is located in Tallahassee. My kids were 2 and 9 months, and the third one wasn't even born when we moved there. And now they're all in elementary school, and they haven't been quite as willing to entertain the Gators as an option at this point in their lives. And it's not through prodding from the parents. We actually have tried to bring them. In fact, I made the trip to Ole Miss to root on the Gators on Saturday night. I offered to take all 3 of the kids, and I didn't have any takers from that. So you got a little more work to do when it comes to the kids. So we'll work on that going forward. But this is a really important landmark. When we went about establishing the Hamilton School, and we've done it in other institutions, I think, also effectively, but I don't think anyone has been as effective as what's been done at Hamilton. We saw what I think a lot of people have now seen over the years, some of the missteps of modern academia, turning your back on the core pillars of Western civilization, the foundational principles that made the United States what it's been. And it's almost as if the core classical learning and studying citizenship and studying the foundations in many places just become a lost art. So we knew that there was a desire for this. We knew that it was important to be able to do. And I was very excited to support all of these efforts. But I will tell you, if I look at some of the faculty that have been recruited here, I look at all that's happened in a relatively short period of time, it's definitely exceeded my expectations of what I thought was possible. The Hamilton School here at the University of Florida is the premier place for the study of Western civilization and the foundations of the United States of America. I have no doubt about that. And I know we sent some of these folks on a pilgrimage to meet Robbie George up at Princeton many years ago to learn what they were doing here. And it's just been so impressive to be able to see all that's been done. I do want to thank Maury Husseini, the chairman of the board, as well as other trustees at the University of Florida. We got a great people that are on that board. And, you know, you point people to boards, and like sometimes people want to be on a board to just say, hey, I'm on a board, you know, whatever, and then not do anything. These guys are putting in so much time and so much effort, and they've got a lot of other irons in the fire in their lives. They're not getting obviously compensated for it, and have really, really worked hard to make this vision a reality and even more greater heights going forward. I don't think you would be in a situation where the University of Florida is being ranked by City Journal the #1 university in the entire country without really strong leadership and that type of effort. So thank you for all that you've done, and thank to everyone else on the board for that. I also want to thank Dr. Landry for taking the reins here. You see him talk for just a few minutes. This guy's the real deal. He is incredibly accomplished, tremendous doctor, tremendous scholar, and obviously he's hit the ground running here, and I think he's done a great job. And as the University of Florida continues to reach new heights, you got a great guy at the helm who's able to lead this effort. So welcome aboard again. I'm glad you like the Sunshine State. You're not the only person that's moved from New York to Florida in recent years, but you're a big-time value add. I do want to also thank Ken Griffin for the generous donation. Ken moved his company. Now, Ken was from Florida, so he has ties. He moved his company here less than 5 years ago, I think, and he may already be the #1 philanthropist in the history of Florida, but he's certainly at the top in just a few short years, and so his support from here is very generous. But as Maury said, that's just a down payment. We're going to go back and hopefully you guys ask him for more, because he's done so much across so many different things, and it's been really exciting to see. I also want to congratulate Justice Charles Kennedy for being named the next leader of the Hamilton Center. And I think he's just like a home run choice. First of all, he's got a tremendous academic pedigree, having graduated from Yale Law School. He's also been the intellectual leader on the Florida Supreme Court for almost 20 years, including when it was a lonely voice on the Florida Supreme Court back in those early years. But he also has great experience as a state representative, as a U.S. congressman. He served high up in the executive branch in Florida. And so what we're doing at Hamilton, you know, we don't want this to just be esoteric debates, right? Just sit here and it's kind of pie in the sky, just, you know, nothing but theorizing. What we're trying to do is build an intellectual foundation in the students, so when they then go out, they can become leaders and be great citizens of this republic. And I think Justice Kennedy brings that experience, because he would not have been able to excel in all those different aspects of public service unless he had that strong intellectual foundation and unless he understood how do you apply these timeless principles to the issues of the day. And so congratulations. Thank you for your great service to the state of Florida. And, you know, this wasn't the reason why he got it, or probably not even a factor, but I do think it's great that his wife will be Speaker of the House soon. So I think hopefully we can assume that we're going to get great support for Hamilton out of the Florida legislature. So thank you, Representative Kennedy, for being supportive of this. So this is a great day. I really look forward to being able to do this. We have the top public university system in the country. We have the cheapest for tuition. We have not raised tuition since I've been governor. It's $6,300 for our Florida residents. You can't beat that anywhere else. There's some people in this audience that would wish we would charge a little bit more maybe, but we're not doing it. We're going to keep going on because I do think it's important that young people have an opportunity to get a great education without having a $100,000 millstone around their neck in the form of all this student debt. That has not served students well over the last generation, and I think what we're showing in Florida is it can be done where you have really high quality at a price that's affordable. And get this, we have programs like Bright Futures. If you're good enough to get in the University of Florida, you're probably good enough to get the Bright Futures, and you get your tuition paid for, or you get 75% paid for. And then we also have something called the Florida Prepaid Scholarship Program. So families can pay a little bit as their kids grow up, and then they have an opportunity to go anywhere in the state tuition-free that they can get into. And get this, because we've held the line on tuition twice since I've been governor, we have rebated money from the Florida prepaid to prepaid families because they paid under the assumption, which was a reasonable assumption, that there'd be some inflation in the cost of tuition. We haven't done that. They got their money back. If you were in some of these other states, they would not have sent you your money back. I can guarantee you that. So this is a great model, what the University of Florida is doing, what the state university system is doing. But right here at Hamilton, I'm really proud of the progress. I mean, I read some of the bios of some of these faculty members. Really, really incredible. I mean, if you want to study, you know, the history, the classics, all those other things, this is where you want to be, and we've shown the commitment by working with the legislature, and you're going to continue to have my support as we move forward in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead. So God bless everybody that's been a part of this. I look forward to breaking ground, and I'm going to bring my kids to the Florida State game. So if any of you Gator fans have any magic potion to maybe get them to take a little bit different tact in their in-state rivalry, I will make sure that they listen to you. Thank you.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up his remarks at the groundbreaking ceremony for the Hamilton School on the campus of the University of Florida. It's the Hamilton School for Classical and Civic Education. And as we heard referred to, they also just got the largest gift in the school's history, $5.5 million from Ken Griffin, who is founder and CEO of Miami-based hedge fund. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're continuing to keep an eye on the groundbreaking ceremony where we just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Gainesville. We are also standing by waiting to hear from President Donald Trump, expected to speak shortly at this United States and Saudi Arabian business forum that we expect him to begin speaking shortly. Also standing by, we'll likely listen in for a little bit from remarks from Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic Caucus leader, expected to speak at a news conference on Capitol Hill. So a lot of things going on at this hour as we get closer to noon here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we appreciate you joining us today. We are also kind of getting deeper in getting closer to the holiday season. It may be on your mind. I was just talking with my wife about putting up Christmas lights this weekend, so it may be on your mind. You may already be shopping for gifts for folks as we kind of get closer to Thanksgiving and really things kind of ramp up for the holiday shopping season especially. So leaders from local law enforcement agencies, the Orlando Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, they were at the Mall of Millennia earlier today talking about awareness and safety throughout holiday shopping season. They talked about the additional steps that they will be taking to make sure folks can stay safe while they're out shopping. They also had some tips for folks. Be aware of your surroundings, park in well-lit areas, don't leave bags and things unattended in your cars. So here is that news conference from earlier today. We heard from Orange County Sheriff John Mina. We also heard from Orlando Police Chief Eric Smith as they kick off Operation Safe Holidays.
We are honored to serve as hosts of this year's Operation Safe Holiday. It is my pleasure to welcome all law enforcement partners to help kick off this annual event. We thank the participants for joining together to make the holiday safe, festive, and enjoyable for all. It is my pleasure to introduce the Chief of Orlando Police, Eric Smith.
Thank you for that great introduction. And thank you to our law enforcement partners, members of the media, and our community for joining us at the Mall of Millennia as we kick off Operation Safe Holidays. As we head into the holiday season, the Orlando Police Department wants to reaffirm its commitment to keeping our residents, visitors, and businesses safe. This season, you'll see more of our officers out and about, especially at shopping centers across the city, like the Mall of Millennia, working to deter crime and ensure everyone can enjoy the holiday season. Unfortunately, there are always individuals who try and take advantage of the holiday rush to steal what others have worked so hard to earn. So it's important to take some simple precautions as you head out to shop this holiday season. When shopping in person, be aware of your surroundings and avoid distractions like texting or wearing earbuds. Park in well-lit areas, lock your cars, and keep gifts and valuables out of sight. Keep purses zipped, wallets and phones in front pockets, and never leave bags unattended. When shopping online, shop only from reputable websites and double-check the URL and make sure it's correct. Be cautious of fake order confirmations or shipping emails. Check your bank and credit card activity regularly for suspicious charges. If you're expecting deliveries, try not to leave packages outside or run unattended for long periods of time. And once the gifts are open, remember to break down boxes before putting them out for recycling. You don't want to advertise new valuables in your home. Most importantly, if you see something or someone suspicious, say something. Call 911 immediately so officers can respond quickly. And for nonviolent incidents, you can easily file a police report using the Orlando Police Department's app. Together, we can make this holiday season a safe and joyful one for everyone. Now I introduce Sheriff John Mina.
Thank you, Chief Sip. Well, good morning. As we kick off our Operation Safe Holidays once again, we want to let Central Florida know, our visitors and our residents, that we are committed to stopping crime in our malls and our retail establishments. And we are going to be working hard, because this is going to be a busy shopping season, to make sure that everyone has a safe shopping experience. So all of our agencies are going to be out there in marked vehicles, unmarked vehicles. We're going to be on horseback. We're going to be on bikes. We're going to be up in the air, all in an effort to catch the criminals who are out there trying to prey upon our community. And so these operations, this Operation Safe Holiday, it has reduced crime in our shopping areas because of the amount of law enforcement. But we know we can't do it alone. That's why we need everyone's help, and Chief Smith hit on a lot of those points. But be aware of your surroundings. Make sure you're locking your doors. Make sure that when you're putting presents and gifts in your car, that you're putting them out of sight. And if you see something that looks out of the ordinary, if you see something that is suspicious, just call law enforcement so we can come and do something. And so we also know that many people will be shopping from the comfort of their own homes. So we want everyone to be on the lookout for porch pirates. And so there's many ways that you can combat that, right? You can have the package delivered to your neighbor's house. You can go pick up the package right from the carrier. And all those companies have, they let you know when the package has arrived. So when you see that it has arrived, tell your neighbor or tell a friend to go pick up that package off of your front doorstep so that the criminals can't get that. And then so also after the holidays, we are going to have 8 different burglar boxes, large dumpsters where you can put the boxes from your large screen TVs and your home computers inside those dumpsters all throughout Orange County. So we have 8 different locations. We'll make sure we put that on social media as well. And that's just a way not to announce to everyone in the world that you just got this 70-inch flat screen TV. You can bring it to that burglar box, and this way you don't have to put it on your front doorstep. And so lastly, to the criminals out there, to the Grinches who want to steal Christmas, please know that we are out there specifically looking for you, and that we will put you behind bars and you will be spending the holidays in jail. Thank you. Alex?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your commitment in the community throughout the year and at this special time. We know all good deeds are noticed by the guy in red. He is with us today to let you know that you have officially made the good list. So please join me welcoming to the podium the man of the season, Santa.
Good morning. Ho, ho, ho. So good to see everybody. My goodness, I don't know what to say. I'm so humbled to be in your presence this morning. I really love what I get to do during this holiday season. And I can't do what I do without all of you doing what you do. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. God bless you.
And thank you, everybody, for coming. Have a good day, right? Please shop.
Yeah. From us, yeah, I don't care. Alec, they want to know if it questions? Oh. No questions. Yep. Go ahead. Yes. So as far as the numbers, we can get you all those stats year over year, but I will tell you that these operations that we do have year after year shown to reduce crime directly related to crimes in shopping malls. And for us, we always do operations every single year to specifically target porch pirates as well. So we could provide you those numbers as well. But crime definitely reduces when we do these operations because there's just so many of us out there. And so I also want to thank the security, Mall Millenni here, and also all of the security partners because we really work hand in glove to make sure all the shopping areas are safe.
So not at this time on that specifically. I know they're looking into it. It's just exploratory to see what it would look like to have a new police department at the Orlando airport. If you look at every major airport in the nation, most of them already have that. So it's just an exploratory thing to look and see if it's worth the airport's time to do it. No, you can get with me after.
So that was at the mall at Millennia earlier today, kicking off Operation Safe Holidays. We also saw the groundbreaking of the Hamilton School at the old infirmary on the UF campus. Right now, that is where they are going to be doing some renovations, some work there for the new Hamilton School. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, expecting to hear shortly from President Donald Trump speaking at the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Still standing by, waiting, hearing from President Donald Trump at the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill right now, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries from New York is speaking and taking questions. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Side in peace and prosperity with a Palestinian state. I support that position. I think we'll continue to stand by the special relationship between our two countries. It's incredibly important. But as we move forward to find a path toward a just and lasting peace, ultimately, it has to involve a safe and secure Israel living side by side in peace and prosperity with a Palestinian state, where the Palestinian people can realize their aspirations for dignity and self-determination. Crown Prince reiterated what he has said publicly, his commitment toward finding that path forward. Was Jamal Khashoggi mentioned at all in his murder? It wasn't mentioned in the conversations that I was a part of throughout the meeting. Okay.
Leader Schumer told reporters yesterday that he consented to adding the Senate phone records provision that the House will vote on tonight to repeal. He said that he wants to make sure that at least Democratic senators were protected from Bondi and others who might go after them later on. Were you previously aware of Schumer's consent, and what's your reaction to it given your opposition to the provision?
No, and I haven't had the conversation with Leader Schumer. What I can tell you is that during the Rules Committee that House Republicans had last week, they expressed their outrage. Republicans expressed their outrage at this Republican senatorial slush fund that was put into the spending agreement that they all voted for, notwithstanding the outrage that 8 Republican senators have basically built into law a slush fund that will give those senators millions of taxpayer dollars. That's special treatment for United States senators in the Republican Party, part of the bill that they all voted for last week. Now, later on today, we're going to be voting on legislation to remove that Senate slush fund that benefits 8 Republican senators. But apparently there's no agreement between Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune that the Senate Republicans will take up that provision, which reinforces the point that everything that House Republicans do is for show. It's not serious. It's not designed to get an end result. And that's why Republicans are suffering all across the country, why the American people, the overwhelming majority of the American people, know that the country is moving in the wrong direction, that the economy is broken, that the Republican control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency has been a disaster for the American people because everything House Republicans do is for show. They can't even get a commitment from Senate Republicans to take up legislation to remove this multi-million-dollar taxpayer-funded slush fund to benefit corrupt Republicans in the Senate. It's time for the House to start to actually do things that matter for the American people in the middle of a cost of living crisis that's devastating hardworking American taxpayers all across the country. But Republicans throughout this week have shown zero interest in making life better for everyday Americans. They continue to be all about the wealthy, the well-off, and their well-connected GOP donors. Thanks. Back. Yep.
Thank you. On the Affordable Care Act, Democrats are, obviously you say you want an extension of the tax credits. The President says he won't sign that. Senate and House Republicans are talking about various other alternatives. Is there a potential for compromise here? And if so, where does that originate from? Because it seems like the parties are talking past each other right now.
We're in the middle of open enrollment right now. So tens of millions of people all throughout the country realize that their health insurance premiums are skyrocketing because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And during the Trump Republican shutdown, we repeatedly indicated that we want to work together in good faith with the other side of the aisle to address the Republican health care crisis. And Leader Schumer even offered a very reasonable proposal, which is a 1-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits and then a bipartisan commission to discuss fixing our broken health care system moving forward that Republicans continue to devastate. And Republicans refuse to take yes for an answer. And so at this moment in time, the House Democratic position is very clear, very simple, very easy, very straightforward. A 3-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries speaking live right now on Capitol Hill. But I do want to go ahead and get you to this U.S.-Saudi business forum where Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is introducing President Trump right now. We heard yesterday some of their remarks together in the Oval Office as they met. The president greeted him, had the ceremony as well. So let's go ahead and listen in as this forum gets underway shortly after noon here.
ونتطلع إلى يسهم هذا المنتدى تعزيز العلاقة التاريخية وتطوير مسار الاستثمار بين بلدينا بما يواكب طموحاتنا وادعوكم إلى اغتنام الفرص الجاذبة التي توفرها الشراكة السعودية الأمريكية واشكر فخامتكم على اهتمامكم بتعزيز الشراكة الاقتصادية والتي نثق أنها ستشهد نمو غير مسبوق خلال السنوات القادمة. شكرا فخامتكم.
Well, thank you very much. And it's great to be here today at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. Great group of people. The biggest, you got the biggest in the room. But some of the most talented, maybe most importantly, the word talent, successful and innovative business leaders anywhere on the planet. Whether you have come from near or far, we're delighted to have you invest right here in the hottest country anywhere in the world. Every leader is saying the United States we're the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way, too. But this has been, according to those that seem to say it, and I will say it, I would never say a thing like that because I want to be very modest. I always want to be modest as I can. They say this has been the best 9 months that any president has ever had. I'd say that's pretty good, right? But we've had a great 9 months. Now we have to do it more than a few more times. We just have to keep it going. We'll keep it going. I want to thank my friend, a great gentleman, Crown Prince Mohammed of Saudi Arabia, for his bold leadership and deep commitment to the ties between our two countries. Thank you. Thank you. Great gentleman. Yesterday, we had a phenomenal visit at the White House celebrating the 80-year bond between the United States and Saudi Arabia. We ended with an unbelievable show last night in a room that was far too small, but the next time you're here, you'll have a much bigger room. It's going to be much bigger. I made more enemies last night by we had 119 people. That was a record for the room. So they've wanted for 150 years. They've been clamoring for a ballroom at the White House, and we're giving them one. We're giving them one plus, and it'll be something. But you'll be here. You'll be among the first, if not the first, if you'd like. You know, we'll work it out. But you had a lot of people that wanted to be there. They really would have witnessed something that was really incredible. The entertainment last night was incredible, including our great opera singer, but including the military. The talent and the military musically is also incredible. So it was great to be with you last night. I think it was something to behold. We officially designated the kingdom yesterday as the major non-NATO ally. That's a big deal. That's actually a very big deal. Great honor. That happens seldom, very seldom, if at all. So I just want to congratulate you on that. That's a sign of trust. We signed a historic strategic defense agreement yesterday also, and that's something that is likewise very rare, and it's a very honored company that you're in. And we're going to be selling Saudi Arabia some of the greatest military equipment ever built. We build the best military equipment in the world by far. That's why we do the most business, including nearly 300 American-made tanks is what you're buying, among many other things, the airplanes, and we're working on getting that approved very quickly. It's already approved, but don't worry. We have to go through a process. The process will take, Elon knows, the process will take about, would you say 24 hours? I think so. You're in good shape, very good shape. The partnership between our two nations is among the most consequential in the entire world, and together the Crown Prince and I are making an alliance stronger and more powerful than it's ever been before. We've had good relationships and, frankly, not good. You didn't have a good relationship with Barack Hussein Obama. You didn't have a good relationship with Sleepy Joe Biden. But you had a great relationship with me, and now it's as good as it was, and probably even better if you think about it, because we took the dark cloud away from your country. It was called Iran and its nuclear capability, and we obliterated that very quickly and strongly and powerfully. But that was a real cloud over the whole Middle East, and now they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. They want to see if they can work out a deal with us, and we'll be doing that probably. But that was a terrible cloud that you had to live with for a long time. 22 years they were thinking about doing that, the B-2s. That was even before the B-2s. Those B-2s, what machines they were. They flew in. They were undetectable. and they dropped their payload, and every single bomb hit its exact mark, which was a shaft going deep into the mountain. And every single one of them hit, and it was total obliteration. And then I was criticized by some of the fake news for saying the word obliteration was too strong, perhaps. They had no idea. Nobody saw it. 3 days later, when the Atomic Energy Commission went, they said it was total obliteration, beyond obliteration, they said. But they want to make a deal. We'll see what happens. This week, our countries also signed groundbreaking agreements on civil nuclear energy, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence. And I want to congratulate a lot of the great American leaders, business leaders that are in the room. And you'll do a great job for Saudi Arabia and for a lot of other people in the room that are buying your product, taking your product, and using your product. All of that is in addition to the $600 billion investment in the United States that Saudi Arabia announced during my unforgettable visit there last spring. Well, I said, could you try and get that up to $1 trillion? And yesterday, the Crown Prince announced that the number that they'll be investing in the United States is $1 trillion. So that's really an honor. And we just took a picture backstage with some of the great business leaders and some of the great people, friends of mine from your country, and beautiful picture. And while we were taking the picture, I said, could you make it 1.5 trillion? So he's got something to think about. I don't know. We'll get something. I think we'll get something, Scott, right? But many of you in the room are playing a key role in making these projects happen, and we're told that $270 billion in agreements and sales are being signed between dozens of companies, and that's just happening today, $270 billion. That's big stuff. So on behalf of the thousands of American workers who I care about most, I want to thank you for bringing all those jobs and all those great opportunities to America and bringing great wealth to America. We've become a very wealthy country. We have a couple of little things. We're waiting for a decision. We hope that's going to be good, but if it's not, we'll do. We always find ways, we find ways, but we've done things that nobody thought were possible, and we're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars. Tariffs have been, frankly, the best thing that's ever happened to our country. They've always been used against us, and we never had people that were smart enough to use them in the opposite direction. But now you do, and we have taken in trillions of dollars, and it's been absolutely amazing. We're going to be doing a dividend to the people, low and middle income, moderate income people, of at least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt very substantially. It's the kind of money we're taking in. And really, countries that took advantage of us are no longer taking advantage of us. Friends, some of our friends treated us far worse than our enemies on trade anyway, and we've got that all straightened out. And everybody's happy. They respect us again. It's like one of those things. I think they like us better, and they actually respect us, and it works out much better for us, too. But I especially want to thank our numerous Saudi friends here today, including the ambassador to the United States, a friend of mine, Princess Rima. Thank you very much. Great job. Great representative you have. You sent a good representative. And many distinguished ministers and members of the cabinet, governor of the Public Investment Fund. Where's Yasser? Yasser's here someplace. Sometimes I see him dressed both ways. I don't know. It's cooler that way. I'd dress that way if I could. Yasser's terrific. He's a terrific man, actually. So thank you very much, Yasser. And Secretary Scott Bessent, who's been fantastic. Where's Scott? We're thinking about him for the Fed, but he wants no part of it. He likes being Secretary of the Treasury. I think we'll leave him. So let's cross your name off, right? Officially, right? Remember, you said that. I love the Fed job. To me, it's the easiest job in the world. You play golf for 28, 29 days, then you go and make a little speech, tell everybody, in the case of the current guy, the wrong information because he has no clue. But if you have good instincts, it's all based on instincts. I see they want to hire 3,000 economists, 3,000, to report to the Fed chairman, what are they going to do? Take all this information? 3,000 economists. That's why they're spending $4 billion on renovating a building that should have cost $25 million to do. They should have spent $25 million. They're building a basement into the Potomac River. I could have told them that's very tough to do and it doesn't work and it's very expensive. But they're up to $4 billion headed by this clown. But we have 3,000, think of it. They want to hire 3,000 economists. So they took a poll and they interviewed 71 people. And of the 71 people, 2 people got it right. 2 people. One was a great economist whose name I won't tell you because I don't like him personally, but he is good. And the other one that got it the most right was a man named President Donald J. Trump. Do you believe it? Everyone else was wrong. And I didn't have an economist. Well, I had Scott. But we got it right, didn't we? Huh? We got everything right. Doug Burgum, where's Doug? Will you please drill a little bit faster? Between him and I'll tell you, you and Chris was great on television, and he's setting records. They're setting records, but I'll never be satisfied. Drill, you know, we got elected. Drill we must, I called it. Drill, baby, drill. Con Edison, a great utility from New York many years ago, they used to have it said, drill we must and dig we must. So when they were digging in a road, they'd have a sign, dig we must. Well, now we're putting those utilities to shame because I'm allowing all of those AI plants that are being built to build their own electric generating force, and they're building them like nobody's ever seen, and they're coming up with ideas and new contraptions like nobody's ever seen. And this way they can't blame me for not producing electric. I said, you produce it yourself. And actually they didn't believe I was saying that because nobody ever thought of a thing like that. They're building a massive plant. They were going to hook it up to a 200-year-old grid. And you know that wasn't going to work because there's no way of doing that. No way we could have done that. And I had the idea. This was my idea, approved by a couple of people. I said, why wouldn't that happen? They're building a plant for $50 billion. You know, if you build a shopping center for $50 million, it's okay. It's not a bad shopping center. $500 million, you're talking about top of the line. $50 billion. So when it was first explained, they're spending $50 billion. I said, no, you mean 50 million. No, sir, we mean 50 billion. And then I saw some of them that were the size of Manhattan. I said, they did mean 50 billion. And I said, well, what you're going to do is with that, how would you like to build your own electric generating plant? And they looked at me like I was crazy because something like that, they really didn't understand it. The smart guys, they didn't understand it. They said to me at the next meeting, sir, the biggest problem we have will be electricity. I said, you don't understand. I told you last week, you're going to build your own. I'm giving you approval to build your own plant, and you will be approved within a period of 2 to 3 weeks. It used to take 20 years prior to termination. In other words, you would wait 20 years and you wouldn't make it. You'd be voted down 5 to 4. I said, we're getting you approved in a 2-week, 3-week period. In fact, Lee Zeldin, one of the superstars of this administration, I said, Lee, if it's oil and gas, get them approved in 2 weeks. If it's nuclear, add another week. Because some are going nuclear, and they're doing, be careful. They better be careful. But they are going to be careful. They're the greatest people in the world. So now they come back and they actually believed it. And now they're being approved rapidly. And we have things being built, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. We're leading China by a lot in AI. And we're also bringing auto plants in from Canada and from Mexico. They took them, and they're all coming back. They're all coming back because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, I mean, they like the fact that we won the election by a landslide on November 5th. That helped. But they're all coming back, and they're coming back from Germany and Japan. Toyota just announced, as you know, $10 billion worth of new plants. They just announced it last week. I went to various countries, and Japan was one of them. And Toyota's coming in with a $10 billion investment in 4 or 5 plants. Now, we're going to be more advanced than we were. So we led the car industry like 100% 50 years ago. We led the chip industry 30, 40 years ago. We had 100%. Then people came in and started taking it. I don't blame them. Taiwan, et cetera. They took 100% because we had no president that protected our industry. If we would have said, it's wonderful that you're going to Taiwan, we think it's great, but when you sell your product back into this country, there will be a 250% tariff. Nobody would have left. Nobody would have left. And Intel would have been a giant. Intel would have been, where's Jensen? Intel would have blown, well, he now owns a big chunk of Intel. He's got it figured all different ways. Where are you, Jensen? Stand up. You have done such a good job. And you had a good 2 days, I understand, right? A good 2 days. How's Blackwell doing, okay? Any recent competitors?
President Trump continuing to speak right now at the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum in Washington, D.C. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. President Trump continuing to speak right now to a group at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum going on right now in Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and listen back in as the president continues to speak.
Both in terms of stealth and speed and everything else that they go by. So they're just completing their factory, and they've already started work on the F-47. How did that number get chosen? I don't know, but I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. It was said, sir, we'd like to present you with the F-47. I said, that's an unusual number. How did you pick that number? After 4 years of economic nightmares under the previous regime, sleepy Joe Biden, he was a sleepy guy, wasn't he? Think he would have been here today? I don't think so. Americans have rejected the failed, and they were really failed, far left models that you were looking at of high taxes and massive spending, soaring costs, crushing regulations, and trillions of dollars in green new scams. Everything was a new scam, green, green, green. Look, I'm all for the environmental everything. I'm all for climate change. You know, they have a new word, climate change. It used to be global warming. It's global warming. Well, that didn't work because it started coming down. They did the global cooling thing. Then they just said, we can't keep up with this. It's too much. So we'll go, perfect words, climate change. They're covered. If it rains, if it snows, if it's warm, It's climate change is destroying the world, remember? The world was supposed to have been gone 2 years ago. They gave us 12 years, Howard, to live, right? 12 years. But that was 14 years ago. The world was going to burn up, but it got actually much cooler. They know these people. It's a little conspiracy out there. We have to investigate them immediately. They probably are being investigated. Their policies punished success, rewarded failure, and produced disaster, including the worst inflation in our country's history. We had the worst inflation in history, and now we have a beautiful normal inflation. It's going to come down over the next few months a little bit more, but we have a nice normal inflation. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 9 months ago, our country was dead. But now America is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. I don't care what country you're with. America is the hottest country considered. And we did this in a period of 9 months. We're a little longer than that, but it took me about 2 weeks to get started. We're rewarding those who build and create, invent, and invest in the USA. And you know, our tax, our big, I call it the great big beautiful bill. It's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress. And Scott and I and all of us, we sat down and we said, let's do it, along with the Speaker and John Thune and everybody, said, let's do it all in one bill. And a lot of people were totally, they said, you'll never get it approved. And we didn't have a huge majority. We had a huge presidential win. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But the one thing, we won one, it's called districts. The country has districts, and we won in terms of districts 2,750 to 550. And that's the most, that's why when you see the map of the election, it's the whole country, it's all red, and it's pretty amazing. 2 little blue streaks on the right and on the left, and they're very little and getting smaller. But it's been, you know, it's been pretty amazing. But in 4 long years, Joe Biden secured less than $1 trillion. In 9 short months, I've secured $18 trillion to rebuild our factories, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and bring back those beautiful words, made in America. So think of that. He did less than $1 trillion in 4 years, and in 9 months, we've done more than $18 trillion, okay? That's called success. And we think that by the end of the first year, it'll be over $20 trillion. So, and thank you very much. You helped with that little boost you gave us, that little increase. We appreciate it so much. We appreciate you. So it's just one example. Under the deals being signed this week, workers at GE Aerospace, I think he's here. Where is he? Stand up. What a job you've done with your new engines. And where are you? You're there. It's not a very good location for you. I thought you have been amazing. Great new engine that's supposed to be more efficient, more powerful, and less costly. That's not a bad combination. But GE Aerospace will soon be delivering dozens of new airplane engines for 787 Dreamliners in Saudi Arabia's commercial fleet. Big order. It was a big order just secured. Every new job and every new factory created by these announcements builds up our middle class and strengthens the industrial backbone of America. And, you know, I view it differently. I used to view it as it's great, great, great. The stock goes up. I view it, everything as jobs now, because I don't care. I care about jobs. And we have more jobs. It was just announced. We have more jobs right now than we've ever had in the history of our country. Those are big numbers. You know, it's like crazy. It's just a great stat. More jobs today than we've ever had in the history of our country. And we're going to be producing a lot more are coming. In my first term, we built the greatest economy.
President Trump continuing to speak live right now in Washington, D.C. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is 12:30. President Donald Trump continuing to speak live right now in Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and listen in as he talks to a group at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum in Washington, D.C.
Building extremely complex plants. You're building plants to make computers and to make telephones, to make a lot of different things, missiles. But you're building plants that make things that are very, very detailed, and you have to have great knowledge. And you're coming here and you find if we don't have people that did that before, we are allowing you, and I may take a little heat. I always take a little heat from my people, the people that love me and the people that I love. They happen to be toward the right of center, toward the right. Sometimes they're way right. But if you have to bring people to get those plants opened, we want you to do that, and we want those people to teach our people how to make computer chips and how to make other things. You can't come in, and I'm explaining, you can't come in, open up a massive computer chip factory for billions and billions of dollars like is being done in Arizona, and think you're going to hire people off an unemployment line to run it. They're going to have to bring thousands of people with them, and I'm going to welcome those people. Now, I love my conservative friends. I love MAGA, but this is MAGA. And those people are going to teach our people how to make computer chips, and in a short period of time, our people are going to be doing great, and those people can go home where they probably always want to be. You know, when people are born someplace, they tend to want to go, and we have the greatest country in the world, but they want to go. But they're going to do. We had one case in Georgia where a battery factory, batteries are very dangerous to make. They're complex, much more complex than people understand. And they spent $1 billion to build a factory, and they were told to get out. And I said, stop it. Don't be stupid. And we worked it out. And now they're teaching our people how to do it. But they're going to have to spend, Jensen, I don't think you can open up a big plant with your friend from Taiwan where we're going to have 40 or 50% of the computer chip business I don't think you can do that with people that don't even know what a chip looks like. Do you agree with that? So somehow, you know, the people that are against this are really, really smart. They're unbelievable patriots, but they just don't understand. Our people have to be taught. This is something they've never done. And we're not going to be successful if we don't allow people that invest billions of dollars in plant and equipment to bring a lot of their people from their country to get that plant open, operating, and working. I'm sorry. So my poll numbers just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up. And I mean that. So for those of you that are doing the plants, you're going to have all the help you need, and you're going to do a great job. And you're going to teach our people how to do it, and our people are going to be just as good as your people ever were in not such a long period of time. Since the election, the stock market has set, and this is a little more than 9 months, 46 all-time record highs. And the growth is now amazing, and it's lifting up the Americans and American economy like nobody's ever seen before. It's the biggest. There's never been a period of time like this. Wages for hourly workers are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years, and real wages for construction workers are up $2,200 a year, and that's good, and that's spending. They're going to spend. They're going to buy many of the things that you're making. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps, and that's happening rapidly. You know, when we had the problem 2 weeks ago on the SNAP, and they talked about all of this, the numbers. So when I left, which was a rigged election, by the way, but that's okay. You know, they used to go crazy. I'd say rigged, nobody complains anymore because now they realize it was, and it's been proven, and it continues to be proven. But when I left, that number was $7 billion. Now it's $47 billion. That's Biden. So if you think about it, if Kamala, who's the same basic thing, grossly incompetent, he was incompetent, they're all incompetent because their policies are incompetent. Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. I mean, they got the worst policy. I don't talk about it too much because if I talk about it, they might change. So, no, I don't talk about it. I tell people, don't talk about it. Wait till 2 weeks before the election and hit the hell out of them. Right? We talked about that, right, Elon? Said we wait 2 weeks before. It's almost like you're at a war. Don't shoot yet. Don't shoot. Hold your fire. The enemy's rushing. Hold your fire. Don't shoot. Okay, now you can go. 2 weeks before. But I watched a guy the other day, a congressman, fighting for men playing in women's sports. And the new weightlifting record for a certain weight was just set. The man was 119 pounds higher than a woman champion who was a phenomenal champion. Beat her by 119, and he was an average lifter prior to transitioning. A lot of the Saudis are sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about, transition? They don't do a lot of transitioning. They're sitting here, the Saudis are saying, what is he talking about? They're saying, what do you mean women are playing against men? No, that doesn't happen, does it? Yeah, it does. These people are crazy. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that, than when I took office. So we picked up almost 2 million workers, and more Americans are now working, as I said, than at any time in the history of our country. Under Biden, 1 out of every 4 new jobs went to increase the size of the federal government. So in other words, 1 out of 4 was a federal worker. Well, I love our federal workers, but that's not the way you can build a country. It's a short road to a disaster. Under my administration, 100%, think of that, of all new jobs created came out of the private sector. In fact, the federal government, we cut thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs out of the federal government. Now, if I wanted to do something for purely political reasons, I'd say, Susie, let's hire a couple of million federal workers. And you know what happened? Unemployment is unbelievable. We don't do that. They did that. They used to hire workers in order to fudge up the numbers. The federal workers. By the way, Susie Wiles, most powerful woman anywhere in the world by the biggest, most important magazine. Susie Wiles, she had a father, Pat Summerall, the great announcer, football. He was a great football player, became an even greater, the voice of the NFL, and he was supposed to be a tough cookie, and I believe it 100%. Most powerful woman in the world. She can take out a country, take out a country with one phone call. That's power. I don't know if I could do that, but she could. Thank you, Susie. Do you feel good about the job you're doing? Huh? She's never going to be satisfied. She's doing a great job. We're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. That's a new word that they're using. Affordability, they talk. They had the worst inflation in history. They had the highest prices in history. The country was going to hell. The only thing that we're going up in is our stock market, okay? The only price that we really have, I mean, we're bringing prices down, but they came up with a new word, affordability. And they look at we were all about affordability, and everyone assumes that that meant that, no, their prices were high. If you look at the numbers, since I took office, core inflation is now below 2.7%. It was at numbers that nobody had ever seen before with them. Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal is reduced by 25% this year from last year. So they make, look, the Democrats, I don't know, some of you are probably liberal Democrats. I don't know about in your country. I don't know if you know that word, liberal. The word liberal doesn't exist. But they have a new word now. You can't use liberal. You have to use the word progressive. And I don't like using it. It's a beautiful word, progressive. Progressive, that's not them. They're regressive. No, they're regressive. Think of it. So if I don't get in, we have $20 trillion. Let's say she gets in. Instead of $20 trillion, you'd lose $10 trillion, and your welfare and other benefits would go up by 30%. Look at SNAP. Look at what happened there. from 7 million to 47, from 7 billion to 47 billion. It would be that. So we would lose business, countries and companies and people would flee our country. They would flee, and all of the other things would go up. In other words, would end up with a shell of a country, and I'm being nice when I use the word shell. This country would have been in big trouble, and I don't want to get him in trouble, but that gentleman right there, the most respected man in the room, that's today because we're here. Most respected man, I have to say that. Don't worry, when I'm with other countries and the leaders sitting there, I say the same about them. Don't worry. Don't get carried away. No, the most respected, one of the great leaders, he told me when I was in his country, he said, and I use it all the time. Sometimes I refer to him because I have great respect for him. I figure it sells better. But he said exactly these words. He said, it's amazing what you've done. 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country in the world. You were the first one that said that. And I've used your name hundreds of times. I use your name, I say, that king of Saudi Arabia said. But anyway, but it's true. We were a country that was in really bad trouble. We were a country that would have been dead, I believe, within a year or 2 years after the election. We were headed in a very bad direction. And now we're headed in the best direction I think that we've ever been headed. According to the USDA, Turkey is down, think of that, 33%.
President Donald Trump continuing to speak right now in Washington, D.C. We've got to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are still listening in to President Trump speaking in Washington, D.C. right now. He's speaking at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum there, but covering a number of topics this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
More for firing him. Right, Howard? I think Howard would say, get him the hell out of there. Anyway, well, congressional Democrats wanted the largest tax hike in history. They wanted to raise your taxes by 42% of you, 44%. I proudly gave you the largest tax cuts in American history. Don't forget, the great big beautiful bill doesn't kick in until January 1st. So all these numbers that you're reading about, all these great numbers, that's without the tax cuts. The tax cuts take effect on January 1st, and that's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Even people that go buy a car, they've never had this. You know, middle-income people don't know what the word deduction is. They don't know. This room, they live on deductions. Me too. How much of a deduction do I get? We all live on it. Middle-income people, they don't know about that. They don't really have deductions. We're giving them a deduction on the interest if they buy a nice Tesla car and they borrow the money. You're so lucky I'm with you, Elon. I'll tell you, has he ever thanked me properly? Although I do let him buy other than electric cars, but these are minor details. You know, we had a mandate, which even Elon thought was ridiculous, that everybody has to have an electric car by 2030. And once, fortunately, he said, that's a ridiculous thing. So I keep quoting, but I'm giving them a deduction. Now, Elon would like to have it differently. A deduction only if you buy a Tesla, right? But we'll let it be for everybody. But think of it. You get a deduction on the loan, on your interest payment. I think that's going to be an unbelievable boon to car sales. I think it's one of the biggest things, and we'll see, but I think it's going to be. And the biggest thing I've done for business and jobs is deductibility, where all of that money that you're spending, 100%, think of it, expensing for all new equipment purchase, factory construction, including structure. Every single thing you're allowed to deduct, expensing 1 year. And that's what made our first tax bill, in my opinion, more than anything else, bringing your money back in. We have that, we have everything. Trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions, but trillions of dollars. Apple alone, Tim Cook brought in hundreds of billions of dollars. You couldn't do it under the old tax code. You'd have to pay so much tax, and just the bureaucracy of it. We made it very simple. We charged a fair rate, and we took in billions. Well, we have that. But the expensing, to me, was the thing that made it so successful. And the other thing is all of those tax cuts that we got, that was the largest tax cut in history. On top of adding to those cuts, we extended the original tax cuts. If we didn't extend, you would have had about a 58% tax increase from that point, and we were able to get that extended. So I want to thank the Speaker of the House, and I want to thank John Thune. And a lot of people thought that bill, because we put everything into that one, we took 4 years' worth of things, and we put them into the great, big, beautiful bill. And we got it passed. It was close, like about a quarter of a vote. It was on fumes. We thought for a couple of moments we were not going to be able to get it. Then we would have had to have it in 9 or 12 or 14 different bills. And I don't think we would have gotten many of them approved. We would have gotten some easily approved, but some we would have gotten no votes on. By putting it all together, we got everything. And it was a great job, and I think someday it's going to be appreciated. But among other things, it's the biggest tax cut in history for people and for businesses. So just enjoy it, and think of me every once in a while when you're hiring new people and making a lot of money. You just think about us. But I'm cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. That's the other thing. And I've already slashed more than $1 trillion worth of regulations this year. My last term, I gave the largest regulation cut in history, and now we're doing it again. In fact, for every new regulation, they're mandated to cut 10. And so far, it's for every new regulation, they've cut 30. So they have the idea. And very importantly, we stopped Joe Biden's radical crusade to kill oil and natural gas. Somehow, I don't think Saudi Arabia would like me too much if we could decide to kill oil and natural gas. There's nothing like it. It works. Windmills don't work. Other things, I don't want to get into it too much, but they don't work. What does work is natural gas, oil, nuclear, and other things. But the windmills are a disaster. I am the biggest negative person on windmills. They ruin your locations. They ruin. When I look at some of these countrysides that are littered with windmills, and every time it goes around, you lose money. The country loses money. It's a disaster. And I just hope that some of these countries that are losing their ass, we have countries that are going bankrupt because they're putting windmills all over the place. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money with energy. And we talk about oil, and we talk even clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to mention the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful. So I have my people in the office, they're talking about coal, right? And they're going, sir, a clean, beautiful coal is doing very well, sir. And then 2 minutes later, clean, beautiful coal. Then he mentions the third time, sir, coal. No, it's clean and beautiful because it needs a public relations help. Coal needs a little help, public relations-wise. So we refer to it as clean, beautiful coal, and it does have its place. That I can tell you. But we're streamlining permitting for all new energy projects, all new mining projects, and what used to take 28 days is now down to very little. But we had times when, not 28 days, we had times when things would take 14, 15, 16, and even 20 years to get approved. We have a maximum day, 28 days. That's the maximum it'll take. It'll never take more. You can come in with $1 trillion factory. You can come in with what it takes a maximum of. You don't have to go years and years and years, be abused by bureaucracy. If you build a plant now, you're going to have your plant done within 28 days. And a lot of you are all, because I see everyone shaking their head, you're all agreeing. We're getting you approved by very smart people quickly. You know, when you used to walk in with plans done by the best engineers in the world, thousands of pages, and drop them on some guy who's been there for 28 years approving environmental impact statements, and he's looking at pages that he's never seen, and he's supposed to approve it. He has no idea what the hell is in those pages. So we know what we're doing. We're going to get maximum is 28 days. That's why we have so much under construction, and people can't believe it. They can't believe it. And again, remember what I said, most important thing, you're building your own electric plant. You're really becoming a utility in addition to doing what you're doing. But you're building all of the excess, all of that energy, all of that electricity is being built. And your excess electricity, you can sell back to the federal grid. So we even make it there. Under the deals being signed this week, the world's two leading energy superpowers, America and Saudi Arabia, are partnering on energy like we've never partnered before. American Saudi companies represented here today are joining on liquefied natural gas, infrastructure, constructions, and making both of our energy sectors, our sectors are becoming so strong. Just a quick story. In Louisiana, when I first time I got there were two massive LNG plants. One was under review for 14 years and was being rejected. The other one was for 18 years. The people of Louisiana, Doug, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And one was $20 billion, one was $24 billion, like the biggest things, like 3 Empire State Buildings lying on its side. It was massive. And I said, whatever happened with those plants? Well, sir, they're under review. How long has it been? 14 years and 17 years. And they had given up. Massive investments were being made by other countries and the richest people. They couldn't get them approved. I got myself involved. Right, Doug? The first one, I got approved in one day. The second one, I got a little cocky. I took my time. It took me 1 week. And they're both operating today, and they're tremendously successful. I got one, think of it. After 14 years, I was in office. I got involved. I got it done in 1 day. And it's been a tremendous success and made a lot of money for our country and for a lot of other people. And the other one took 1 week to get done. That one was under review, I think, for 14 or 15 years, both of them. So I'm very proud of that, actually. I also proudly ended the ridiculous Biden-era restrictions on artificial intelligence, and we will work closely with friends and partners like those in this room to build the largest, most powerful, most innovative AI ecosystem in the world, and we are going to work it so that you'll have a one approval process, not have to go through 50 states in the United States. You know, you can't go through 50 states. You have to get one approval. 50 states is a disaster because you'll have one woke state and you'll have to do all woke. You'll be back into the woke business. We don't have woke anymore in this country. It's virtually illegal. But you'll have a couple of wokesters, and we don't want to do that. we want to get the AI done, and I'm working with David. David's done a fantastic job. If he's here, I think he is. He is. Thank you. David's done a fantastic job. But we want one approval, and hopefully you have the right guy in the federal government. Hopefully you have the right president, but you have one approval, one approving body, not 50, not, hundreds of people all over the country.
President Donald Trump still speaking right now in Washington, D.C. at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum, a group of business investors from around the world speaking in who he's speaking in front of right now. Also want to let you know we are standing by awaiting a virtual news conference with a couple of Florida state senators and some other experts and advocates. Are going to be talking about insurance companies in Florida and their concerns about affordability. So we'll be waiting for that to begin around 1 o'clock. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. So let's listen in again to President Trump continuing to speak live right now in Washington, D.C.
To settle that war. If you don't, we'll make a nice trade deal. They were in the midst of a deal. Now, no other president would have done that. Another guy would have, like Joe Biden, doesn't even know what countries we're talking about. He wouldn't have any idea. There'd be no tariffs, no nothing. Just the whole world would go to hell. But no, I used tariffs to settle all these wars. Not all of them. 5 of the 8 were settled because of the economy, because of trade, because of tariffs. So I did this. But, and then I'll tell you what, the Prime Minister of Pakistan called me. Thank you very much. He actually said, I saved millions, and he said it in front of Susie. He said, President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. He doesn't even know that, but he saved millions of lives, and he talks about it. And I got a call from Prime Minister Modi saying, we're done. I said, you're done with what? We're not going to go to war. I said, thank you very much. Let's make a deal. But I saved a lot of people, millions of people, on many other wars. Azerbaijan, you know what was happening there? I settled that. That was going on for many, many years. Actually, Putin called me. He said, I can't believe you got that one settled. We've been trying to settle that one for a long time. I said, don't worry about that. Just let me settle your frickin' war, okay? You don't have to help me. I don't need any help. I need help with your war. And it'll get done. But working with the Crown Prince was amazing because he mentioned Sudan yesterday. And he said, sir, you're talking about a lot of wars, but there's a place on earth called Sudan. and it's horrible what's happening. And I viewed it as being just sort of a freelance, no government, no this, no that. And he explained the whole culture and the whole history, and it was very interesting to hear. Really amazing, actually, to hear. And, you know, we've already started working on that, okay? He said that would be the greatest thing you can do. That would be greater than what you've already done. That was your expression. Is that a correct expression? Pretty good. So we're working on that. We started about 30 minutes after you explained to us the great importance of that. I view it differently now than I did just a day ago. But we also, as you know, we had a historic ceasefire. We ended the war in Gaza. And 2 days ago, incredibly, the United Nations Security Council backed the Trump peace plan, and we have a great peace plan. We have peace in the Middle East. This is a strong peace, too. They say, oh, it's tentative. It's not. This is a very strong peace. We have 59 countries signed on. And when there's problems, I'm getting calls from countries. They want to go in and lead the fight to solve the problem if we have any problems. But right now it's looking very good and endorsed. They endorsed the United Nations, what's called the Board of Peace, chaired by a person called Donald J. Trump. I accepted the chairmanship. They asked me to be chairman. That's what I needed. It's just a little more work. But it's a great honor. That'll be the greatest board ever assembled. When do you see this board? This board will blow every board away. And I believe we're going to be lucky enough to have the Crown Prince be a very distinguished member of the board. But we're going to have the heads of the Board of Peace. And I think it will go long beyond Gaza and the Middle East. I can see that going long beyond. There'll never be anything like this in terms of, I know you all have wonderful boards, but this is going to blow it away. It's going to blow them all away, and it's going to do some really good. So in the coming months...
President Trump continuing to speak live right now in Washington, D.C. We are getting ready to get you to a live news conference, virtual news conference, where we expect to hear from a couple of state senators and some other advocates and experts as well, talking about insurance and affordability here in the state of Florida. In fact, let me pull that up here. It looks like that news conference is getting underway right now. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Recycled companies, inflated ratings, and political favoritism, one that contributes to put homeowners at risk while enriching insurers and their executives. We're proud to be hosting at Unlocking America's Future is proud to be co-hosting this call with our partners at the Insurance Fairness Project. Our goal today is to share key findings from both reports, put them into context, highlight what they mean for Florida homeowners, and hear from policymakers about solutions moving forward. We're fortunate to be joined by our panelists, Florida State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, Dr. Martin Weiss, the founder of Weiss Ratings, Anders Croy, Communications Director of Florida Watch, and Lizzie Price with the Insurance Fairness Project. Today, our speakers will connect the dots between the data, the policy decisions, and the lived reality for Floridians, explaining how a system that was supposed to fix the insurance market has instead entrenched the same risks and inequities that caused the last collapse. After their remarks, we'll take questions from everyone here on the line about the findings, the political and regulatory context, and what reforms are needed to build a truly stable, fair insurance market in Florida. We also want to note that unfortunately, Senator Jones had a last-minute scheduling conflict and is no longer able to join us today. Before we dive in, I want to briefly frame what these reports show and why they matter. After Hurricane Ian, Florida lawmakers passed sweeping insurance reforms that they said would stabilize the market. 3 years later, state leaders are pointing to the arrival of new insurers as proof that the system is healthy again. But the underlying data tells us a different story. Beneath the surface optimism, Florida's market remains fragile, undercapitalized, and built on the same risky practices that triggered past crises. The reports find that many of the so-called new insurers entering the market are rebranded or politically connected firms tied to previous failures, often backed by inflated ratings from Demotech, the same agency that consistently gives A grades to the companies that later collapsed. Here are the quick facts. Florida families are paying more than ever. Premiums are up 54% since 2019, the highest in the nation. Florida insurers are posting record profits and multi-million-dollar executive payouts. Upwards of 20% of all Florida homeowners are now going without insurance. Reforms passed by Governor DeSantis enabled unchecked legal system abuse by insurance companies where they delay, deny, and defend against policyholders' legitimate claims. Florida's insurance recovery is less a comeback and more a repackaging of failure. The system remains dangerously vulnerable to another wave of insurer collapses, leaving families to foot the bill once again. With that, I'll pass it on to Florida State Senator Smith.
Thank you so much, Kyle, and thanks to everyone for joining here today. In addition to a lot of what Kyle was just mentioning here, many of you also know that earlier this year, the legislature learned of a secret state report that was commissioned by the Office of Insurance Regulation that was never shared with lawmakers like myself. The report found that while Florida's property insurance companies appeared to be bleeding money on paper and even claiming losses of $432 million over a 2-year period that was between 2017 and 2019, actually, their affiliates and subsidiaries were making billions as premiums soared out of control for Florida homeowners. In fact, $1.8 billion in net profits, to be exact. They used questionable and, as Kyle said, risky strategies like managing general agent fees and claims handling fees to avoid scrutiny and to avoid regulation from the state to justify huge premium increases and sometimes even financially weaken insurance companies such that they were not even able to pay out claims to our constituents. Giant property insurance corporations appear to be playing a shell game, and our constituents really can no longer afford legislative inaction any longer. That's why I'm here today to talk about 2 key reforms that we've introduced in the Florida Senate this year. And that's alongside many of my Florida Senate Democratic colleagues who are all tackling property insurance related proposals this year. As a senator myself representing Florida Senate District 17 in Orlando, I've introduced brand new legislation, SB 234, that will strengthen oversight of property insurers through the Office of Insurance Regulation. It will increase transparency on the use of managing general agent fees, and it will require the full public disclosure of all payments by those property insurance companies to their affiliates, alongside cost justifications for all of the services provided by those affiliates and the disclosure of profit margins. Yes, profit margins that are oftentimes built into these affiliate transactions with their subsidiaries. Our bill caps managing agent fees at no more than 20% of gross written premiums, and it ensures that these fees are commensurate with market rates and that they're not overinflated to boost profits, only to have our constituents pay higher premiums. The proposal also prohibits the payments of dividends and executive bonuses for those property insurance corporations who are claiming financial challenges and financial distress due to oftentimes these exorbitant affiliate fee scheme structures. We've also introduced SB 230, which continues to increase transparency and accurate rate making by clearly detailing what information insurers may claim as so-called trade secrets when reporting financial information to the Office of Insurance Regulation. We know that insurers frequently hide what their true financial standing actually is, claiming that those numbers that they are shielding from regulation and accountability, they're claiming that those numbers are trade secrets. So with this proposal, we're clearly outlining what data may not be labeled as a trade secret, such as shareholder dividends and profit sharing agreements. We guarantee that OIR has accurate information when reviewing those requests for premium increases, as we see that they are considering. Both of these critical reforms, both SB 234 on managing agent fees and SB 230 on trade secrets, these will bring much needed transparency and accountability to insurance corporations, and it will lower costs for policyholders, for our constituents. Floridians cannot afford to pay the highest property insurance premiums in the nation, which they currently do right now, simply in order to pay inflated managing agent fees that really pad the pockets of corporate affiliates who have dodged accountability for too long. Of course, these are two key proposals that we've introduced alongside many others, but they're the two that we wanted to focus on today. And I will pass this back over to Kyle to continue our presentation today.
Thank you so much, Senator, for those remarks. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Martin Weiss of Weiss Ratings.
Yes, I really appreciate that presentation because it ties in exactly to what I'm going to say right now. You know, I began Weiss Ratings 54 years ago to challenge a traditional ratings business model that was plagued by conflicts of interest even back then, and is even more so today. We don't accept compensation from the companies for their coverage in any form. We don't empower companies to opt out of our coverage. We are here to empower consumers to make rational choices and avoid risks. Our revenue model comes into play only when consumers would like to go beyond risk protection and seek our information to support profit opportunities. So let me tell you my gut reaction to the just released report by the Insurance Fairness Project, IFP. I played no role in its creation. I mean, I read it for the first time yesterday, and I must say, I hate hard copy. I'm an electronic guy. But I love this report because it's aligned with our ethics, unbiased, objective for the consumer. So I printed it out for a change. And here it is in our hands at a time when two powerful trends are accelerating and converging. A historic convergence that can make or break the future of insurance. And I'll say a few words about that convergence in a moment. But first, let me add a bit more meat to the already rich data cited in this FTP report. You see, the hard data doesn't reveal strictly claims closed with no payment, which was cited in the report. P&C insurance companies in Florida are doing a lot more harm than they do by just closing record percentages of homeowner claims without paying a penny. They're also delaying payments and dropping policyholders at an unusually high rate. If you allow me to share my screen for a moment, you'll see the data. I don't know if I have the option to share screen here. Hold on. I'll do the best I can. There we are. So I'll hit the share screen button and I'll find the data I'm looking for. I think it's this page. And there we go. You should see now the screen with all the data in one place. So let me get to that in a second. Hold on. So right here, can you see my pointer? Sort of. It's a little bit small, but right here at the top is closed claims with no payment, which was cited in the IFP report. And it's the highest in history in Florida, about double what it was 2 decades ago. You file a claim, it's closed with no payment, almost half the time. It's crazy. But it's more than that. We have here, oh, by the way, if you look at the rank, Florida is the worst or the highest in the country in this data series. It's ranked number 1, which means worst. But let's go beyond this metric, which was cited by the report, and look at other abuses based on another data source, which is the NAIC's 2024 MCAS report. The first thing you'll see here is in the next column, I hope it's large enough for you to see, is claims delayed more than 60 days. More than 60 days. and it's 32.8%. And on this metric, Florida is fourth worst. Now, that's not all. We also have non-renewal of policies in force, the last two columns here. And there again, Florida is the worst in the nation, with 3.3% of policyholders denied renewal, dropped at the worst time. And, 3.3% may not sound like a lot, but how often does an insurance company want to get rid of paying customers? Moreover, Florida insurers are dumping their customers at nearly double the rate of a few years back. And consider this. The hard data doesn't reveal strictly problems in Florida. P&C insurance companies in other states are also off the charts when it comes to unfairness to consumers. Home insurance companies, Louisiana, and beyond. So look at California. It is the third worst when it comes to claims closed with no payments. It's third worst again in terms of claims delayed more than 60 days, and it's second worst in terms of non-renewal of policies in force. We have similar problems in Louisiana, in Texas, in Nevada, in Washington, and other states, which are near the top of these charts when it comes to unfair practices. And consider this. Let me stop sharing because that's the sum of the data, and I can send you the specifics in a moment. Stop share. There we go. Okay. So let's talk about one other thing. The hard data doesn't reveal strictly problems with homeowners insurance. We also see serious issues in auto insurance, especially private liability coverage. And beyond our topic today, the hard data doesn't reveal strictly abusive practices in the property and casualty side of the business. We're also finding data on abusive practices in health insurance. So the IFP report is right on, and there's more going on here. There's more work to do for everyone, for all of us, which brings me to the powerful trends that are accelerating and converging at this critical crossroads in history. Anthropologists classify American culture as deeply rooted in the frontier society. Not only courage, but a keen awareness of risk to our home, risk to our health, and not only awareness of risk, but also personal responsibility for that risk. One powerful accelerating trend in America has been to undermine and even abandon personal responsibility. Unless this is reversed in Florida and beyond, I see bigger problems ahead. We also see a second parallel trend in government regulation. Now, libertarians might classify the American economy as overly regulated. I don't make those kinds of judgments, but I do know this. Once government assumes responsibility for regulating corporate behavior, it had better take it seriously. It had better do it right, even-handedly, with fairness. That's not what's happening in Florida. The state authorities messed up the market after Hurricane Andrew by chasing away stable companies. They try to patch it up by inviting upstart companies to replace them, but wound up with more failures than in all other states combined. They added a whole new layer of patches with citizens, and now again, they've tried to patch up the patch with tort reform. Unless they stop this nonsense, I see bigger problems ahead. Look, a couple of years ago, a reporter...
Analyst speaking about the state of insurance in the state of Florida right now, talking about how they are concerned with what they're seeing, denials of renewals, dropping people, a number of things as well. We saw some of the data. We also heard from State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith talking about a couple of insurance reform proposals that they hope will help as they discuss what they believe to be the insurance companies' roles in Florida's affordability crisis. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back now to this virtual news conference where we're hearing from some Florida state Democratic leaders and some experts and analysts as well, folks with a couple of organizations, including the Insurance Fairness Project and Unlocking America's Future, who are discussing the affordability crisis in the state of Florida and what they believe to be the role of insurance companies in fueling that. And so let's go ahead and listen back in here live this afternoon on Fox Local.
We worked hard to save enough for a mortgage, but we're shocked to find out that thousands of dollars in extra costs they'd be forced to pay each month for a promise of coverage that may never come. Enough is enough. If anyone tells you that Florida's property insurance climate is improving, please ask a policyholder if they are feeling any of that relief, because they aren't. Floridians' hard-earned dollars are going into the pockets of corporate executives with multi-million-dollar pay packages, while working families and seniors are stretching their last pennies. The people of our state deserve real solutions to this crisis that prioritize their pocketbooks over corporate bottom lines, policyholders over private company profits, and coverage that is available, affordable, and accountable to Floridians first. That's how we truly solve this crisis for the people feeling the largest impacts. Thank you for your time, and back to you, Kyle.
Thank you, Anders. And last today we have, last but not least, we have Lizzie Price of the Insurance Fairness Project. Lizzie?
Thanks, Kyle. And thanks to all of our speakers here today. I am Lizzie Price. I'm with the Insurance Fairness Project. As Dr. Weiss just talked about, we just released a report today that reveals that Florida's post-Ian rebuild has produced many of the same conditions that left homeowners exposed in the last crisis. After years of crisis, state leaders are touting the arrival of new insurers as proof the market is healthy again. But behind the headlines, there's a troubling reality. Many of these companies are rebranded or politically connected firms with histories of failure, operating under weak oversight and propped up by inflated ratings. Florida's insurance system hasn't been fixed, it's been repackaged. And as Dr. Weiss spoke about earlier, Demotech's inflated A ratings mask financial instability across the market. 17 insurers rated by Demotech has failed since 2017, leaving over $1.7 billion in unpaid claims. Yet the state still relies on those ratings to justify its recovery narrative. Florida Citizens' depopulation strategy may shrink its public exposure, but it's moving homeowners into smaller, weaker, private insurers that are often undercapitalized. When disaster strikes, many of those companies won't have the reserves to pay their claims. To build a stable, fair insurance system, Florida must adopt financial oversight, enforce transparency in ratings, and restore homeowners' rights to challenge insurers. Real recovery means protecting people, not political donors or corporate profits. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll pass it back to Kyle.
Thank you, Lizzie, and thanks to everyone participating on this call. I'm now just going to open the floor up to questions. If you have a question, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll take you off mute. All right. And you can also feel free to drop the questions into the chat, I believe, as well. All right, I'm seeing. Oh, I have one. There we go. All right, we'll take you off mute. There you go. Nadine?
Hey there. Yes, it's Nadine with Tampa Bay 28 News. Hi to Senator Smith. We work together in Orlando, so hello. My question is, we know that obviously you guys have a Republican supermajority, and it doesn't seem like in a lot of these conversations that Republicans really even want to talk about insurance. So knowing that you have kind of an uphill battle here with this slate of legislation, including the two that you proposed today, kind of talk about your strategy here to get some of these things across the finish line.
Sure, and good to hear from you and see you, Nadine.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is We described two proposals here today that our office is pushing forward, certainly to require more transparency and accountability for the managing agent fees, and also cap how those fees are passed on to consumers and to policyholders. We also have the trade secrets legislation. But to answer your question about what our strategy is as a Senate Democratic caucus to advance these proposals, our strategy has been that all 11 Democratic state senators in Florida, I'm one of 11, would basically introduce a package, a full agenda on property insurance reform to kind of throw everything at the wall to see what will stick, even in what we know is a super Republican majority Florida Senate and Florida House. And while I only spoke about two of my proposals here today, we know that some of the proposals that some of my Senate Democratic colleagues here in the Florida Senate have put forward as part of that full package are already being given consideration and are being put on the agenda. For example, we know that Senator Barbara Sharif has put forward legislation related to capping rate increases of more than 10 or 15% and empowering our consumer advocate to request administrative hearings and oaths. We know that she is getting the opportunity to present that legislation. We know that our Senate Democratic colleague, Senator Rosalind Osgood in South Florida, put forward legislation SB 78 specifically that will eliminate the tax on impact-resistant doors, garage doors, and windows, hardening, if you will, that will also incentivize our homeowners to be able to harden their homes in order to get lower premiums from their insurance. These are just two proposals from our caucus that are already getting traction in a super majority Republican environment here in the Florida Senate, but we're going to keep pushing for ours as well, in addition to others that we've brought forward.
Question there for State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, a Democrat from Orlando, talking about how they hope to get some of these efforts passed. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to give you a live look at Lejeune High School in Jacksonville, North Carolina, where the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, joined by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, as they visit that high school at Camp Lejeune, a military base there in North Carolina. Also want to give you a live look right now at a committee room in Tallahassee, where we are awaiting the beginning of the Florida House Judiciary Committee, an interim committee meeting getting ready to
if everyone
begin.
will
In
make
fact,
their way to their seats,
sounds
we
like
will get
getting
underway.
ready to begin right now. Let me just set things up for you very briefly here. One of the things they're talking about today is House Bill 6003. That is a bill that would repeal provisions of what has been derisively dubbed Florida's free kill law. Essentially, it would get rid of provisions that ban certain people from recovering damages for medical negligence resulting in death. We should note that a very similar or identical legislation was introduced last session. It was overwhelmingly passed by both chambers, but then vetoed by Governor Ron DeSantis because of concerns about healthcare costs and access, and also what it might mean for the recruiting and retaining of doctors. So this legislation was introduced by Representative Dana Trabulsi, a Republican from Fort Pierce, but it has Democratic backing as well, including from Democratic Representatives Johanna Lopez and Anna Escamani out of the Orlando area. So the House Civil Justice and Claims Subcommittee already approved this legislation, and now goes to the House Judiciary Committee. And if that approves it, it would end up heading to the floor. So this hearing getting underway live right now in Tallahassee. And let's go ahead and listen in.
That to us. So welcome this afternoon. We have one bill up for consideration today, and that is HB 6003, Recovery of Damages for Medical Negligence Resulting in Death, by Representative Trabulsi, and she is at the podium. Welcome, and you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, for the kind welcome. Vice Chair Barnaby and Ranking Member Gottlieb and committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to present House Bill 6003 to you today, which is a medical malpractice bill, also known as Florida's free kill law. It is a repealer bill, so there will be no amendments to this bill. And it seems familiar. It's because you heard this last year as well. It went all the way through the House, 106 yeas, 4 nays, and all the way through the Senate, and then was vetoed by the governor. We're not done yet. I'd also like to recognize my prime co-sponsor, Representative Lopez. She's chosen to stay with you guys today, but if at any time you want to join me, and hopefully you'll lend to some closing remarks. This bill aims to repeal Section 768.21 subsection 8 of Florida statute, again, otherwise known as Florida's free kill law. I'd like to state for the record, and I have every time I've presented this, and I like to do it in the beginning, I'd like to state for the record that we do have wonderful health care in Florida. We have world-class physicians, nurses, hospitals. We are very lucky to live in a state that offers such wonderful health care. However, this bill does not affect that. This bill affects a very small group of people whose family have no access to the courts. In reference, Florida Statute 768.17, as part of Florida Wrongful Death Act, states, it is the public policy of the state to shift the losses when a wrongful death occurs from the survivors of the decedent to the wrongdoer. 20 years after the Wrongful Death Act was enacted in 1990, an expansion was made to the class of survivors entitled to recover non-economic damages in a wrongful death. The expansion allowed adult children to recover non-economic damages if there was no surviving spouse. It also allowed the parents of an adult decedent to recover non-economic damages if there was no surviving spouse, minor, or adult children. However, the very same law in 1990 that expanded the recovery in general wrongful death cases also included exceptions that prevented recovering non-economic damages if the wrongful death occurred due to medical negligence. Under Florida's medical malpractice wrongful death laws, if the deceased was over 25, unmarried, and had no minor children, no family member can sue for pain and suffering, even if there was clear medical malpractice. This exception was created to bring down insurance rates relating to malpractice, and that did not happen. Florida is the only state that completely strips access to the courts from this small population. How is it just for a family to recover non-economic damage when their loved one dies in a car accident, but not for death due to medical malpractice? That is the bill.
Thank you, Rep. Trabulsi, for your presentation. Members, you have heard it. Do we have any questions on the bill? Any questions? Okay. We will now move into amendments, and as previously been stated, we have no amendments, so we will now move to public testimony, and I have a big stack here, and I won't limit it to begin with, but we may have to at some point, so let's try to hold it to 2 or 3 minutes and see how that goes without making that mandatory right now. And so bear with me. We have new forms, new appearance forms, and the online form looks different than the in-person form, so bear with me as I get adjusted to this new appearance form. So the first one I have is Gary Guzzo representing the Florida Insurance Council. Thank you, sir. Waive it in opposition. Next, I have Catherine Webb from American Property Casualty Insurance Association. Looks like waving in opposition. Chris Ruland from the Florida chapter of the American College of Physicians and the Florida chapter of American College of Surgeons. Waving in opposition. Barbara Devane, Florida Alliance for Retired Americans, looks like is waving in support. Sabrina Davis, a proponent of the bill wishing to appear in person. Sabrina Davis. She's not here. Kristen Dobson, Florida Hospital Association, wishing to appear in person. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to offer comments on HB 6003. My name is Kristen Dobson, and I am the General Counsel of the Florida Hospital Association. I'm here today on behalf of FHA and our more than 260 member hospitals and health systems to speak in opposition to this bill. Our reason for opposing this bill is simple. Its passage will impact patients' ability to access health care in this state. As we sit here today, Florida is in a medical malpractice crisis, with malpractice costs that are among the highest in the country. As a state, we are experiencing loss rates that are double the national average, and in South Florida alone, loss rates are the highest in the country. Obstetricians, general surgeons, and internal medicine physicians caring for patients in Miami-Dade County face the highest medical liability insurance rates in the entire country. Escalating insurance rates make it increasingly difficult for healthcare providers, particularly those practicing in key specialties like obstetrics, family medicine, emergency medicine, and orthopedics, to secure affordable and adequate coverage. This is not hyperbole. A major hospital in South Florida recently experienced a 73% increase in reinsurance costs year over year, and for the first time had no choice but to purchase insurance through a below A-rated carrier. To be clear, escalating insurance costs are not indicative of some sort of quality issue. They are because of Florida's highly litigious medical malpractice environment. Nuclear verdicts, which are generally considered to be verdicts in excess of $10 million, are becoming increasingly common and significantly destabilize the insurance market. Just 2 months ago, a jury in the Tampa Bay area awarded an astonishing $70 million in a single malpractice case, and $51 million of that award was for non-economic damages. Within days of that award becoming public, plaintiffs' attorneys across the state began exploiting the award in settlement negotiations with healthcare providers to inflate demands in totally unrelated cases. The increasing threat of nuclear verdicts holds hospitals and healthcare providers hostage, forcing them to settle out of court regardless of the merits of the case, which drives up insurance rates and exacerbates the cost of healthcare, jeopardizing access to critical healthcare services for Floridians. Florida's current environment, even before this bill is considered, is already impacting access to care in this state, with patients experiencing long wait times for specialty appointments, even in major metro areas, and existing providers planning to leave the state. According to the Florida Physician Workforce 2024 annual report published by the Florida Department of Health, 742 of the state's physicians reported they were planning to discontinue obstetrical care in the next 2 years. When asked why they were planning to discontinue obstetrical care, 280, or 37%, offered liability-related reasons. The cost of this bill will be paid by Floridians, particularly those living in rural communities. Fewer doctors means longer wait times, worsening medical conditions, increased ED utilization, and higher overall healthcare costs. To ensure patient access to healthcare, we ask you to oppose this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's not do that. We're not gonna entertain that.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Travis Creighton, representing the estate of Geraldine Ann Creighton, wishing to appear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair, members, thank you. My name is Travis Creighton. Earlier this week, I emailed each of you the 1967 wrongful death statute, the Florida Supreme Court decision, and Kluger v. White. I know not every member may have had time to review those materials, but for the record, I will summarize the constitutional requirements they established. In the 1967 statute, our last pre-constitutional version provides 3 essential points. Florida recognizes a cause of action for wrongful death before the 1968 Constitution. Survivors, including adult children and parents of adult victims, had the right to recover, and non-economic damages, including mental pain and suffering, were part of that remedy. Because these rights existed before 1968, Article 1, Section 21, and Kluger v. White prohibit the legislature from abolishing them unless it provides a reasonable alternative remedy or provides an overpowering public necessity, and that no alternative exists. When Statute 768.21, subsection 8 was enacted in 1990, neither requirement was met. There was no alternative remedy, there was no necessity finding. And critically, the Judiciary Committee in 1990 never had been shown the pre-1968 statute. They did not know they were eliminating a protected constitutional remedy. Had any member in 1990 seen that single page, Statute 768.21, subsection 8, could not have passed constitutionally. Today, however, this committee is fully informed. That is the key difference. So the question before you is not policy, not ideology, and not whether the remedy is popular. The question is whether this Judiciary Committee, now in possession of the pre-1968 statute and Kluger limitation, will allow a known constitutional violation to continue. And today, unlike in 1990, every member of this committee holds the power to correct this error immediately. Judiciary can vote to repeal out, amend the statute today, issue a constitutional finding, raise a point of order, or adopt a committee statement. Every tool needed to restore constitutional compliance is in your hands, and the Constitution does not permit the committee to knowingly leave a violation in place. First, I respectfully ask that you report House Bill 6003 favorably. This is the fastest and cleanest way to correct the 1990 error and restore the constitutional remedy the legislature never had the authority to eliminate. But passing this bill alone does not fully resolve the constitutional question. This committee has 2 additional tools unique to the judiciary, and I respectfully ask that you consider using them. Issuing a formal constitutional finding or adopting a brief committee statement acknowledging that Statute 768.21, subsection 8 violates Article 1, Section 21 under Kluger. Either action can be made verbally in this meeting and entered directly into the record. These actions are meaningful.
Continuing to hear public comment right now on the debate over House Bill 6003, which would repeal what is derisively known as Florida's free kill law. Let's go ahead and take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this, get you back inside this committee meeting in Tallahassee.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I know I said I'd get you back to Tallahassee, but I actually want to get you to the floor of the U.S. House in Washington, D.C. right now. This is Congresswoman Nancy Mace. She's a Republican, and she is currently discussing and reading a censure resolution against Corey Mills, who is the embattled 7th District Congressman out of Central Florida here. Should give you a little bit of context here. Last night, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, a Democrat from New York and the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, she read the same resolution. It talks about the allegations of domestic violence against Corey Mills. It talks about allegations of financial misconduct and stolen valor. We should note that Mills has denied all allegations of wrongdoing. The censure resolution would remove Mills from the Armed Services Committee. This is essentially part of a retaliation for the GOP effort to censure Stacey Plaskett, a congresswoman who is Republicans are trying to remove from the House Intel panel for texting Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 hearing. After Clarke last night reintroduced that censure measure against Corey Mills, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, Republican from South Carolina, ended up tweeting last night, putting on social media X her support for that censure, saying, "Sign me up." Well, here we are today, and she is reading from that censure resolution right now on the floor of the House. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her, and threatened to harm her future romantic partners in retaliation for her decision to end a relationship with Representative Mills after seeing the public reports described above concerning the alleged February 2025 physical assault. Whereas on October 14, 2025, the Circuit Court of the 3rd Judicial Circuit in Columbia County, Florida, issued a final judgment of injunction for protection against dating violence against Representative Corey Mills, based on a finding that his former romantic partner was a victim of dating violence or had reasonable cause to believe she was in imminent danger of becoming a victim of an act of dating violence. And whereas such conduct by Representative Corey Mills affects the dignity and the integrity of the proceedings of the House and brings discredit upon the House, now therefore be it resolved that Representative Corey Mills be censured. Representative Corey Mills forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. Representative Corey Mills be censured with a public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, and Representative Corey Mills be and is hereby removed from the Committee on Armed Services and the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the House.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of privilege of the House has immediate proceeding only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution.
So that's that, the same procedural issues that came up last night because of just the rules of the House, essentially. So that has been introduced again, but no vote on that measure at this time. I do want to let you know and give you a live look inside the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority board meeting going on or getting ready to begin in Orlando. There's Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, who is on the board there. A number of folks in attendance, as we expect at this meeting there to be some discussion about potentially creating their own police department for Orlando International Airport. This is something that many airports across the country already have. Currently, MCO is staffed by Orlando Police Department. And so this, we know that the Aviation Authority is looking at potentially phasing that out over a 4-year period. This is the first step in exploring that potential. But let me get you live right now back to Tallahassee, where we are continuing to hear more public comment about a potential repeal of Florida's so-called free kill law. This would close some loopholes when it comes to recovery for damages after death from medical negligence. So let's go ahead and listen in live right now from Tallahassee.
The reason why my life is less valuable because I'm unmarried and without children, because there isn't one. Last session, a clean repeal passed both chambers with overwhelming bipartisan support until in the final hours, there was a push to add caps on non-economic damages on the bill, which was rejected by the majority of the Senate. Let's be clear. The lobbyist's goal is ultimately to use this bill to add caps back into law. Florida's Supreme Court struck down these same caps twice, ruling them unconstitutional and in violation of equal protection. Reimposing them now would defy those rulings and once again close the courthouse doors to those very families this bill is meant to protect, because it would make some legitimate cases too costly to pursue. Lobbyists say caps create balance. In truth, they create barriers, shielding powerful industries while silencing families. Without accountability, there's no incentive to improve safety and preventable deaths rise. They've relied on fear to keep this law in place. If they wanted reform, they'd focus on keeping negligent providers out of the treatment room, the operating room, and the courtroom. A lobbyist told legislators that malpractice attorneys get several calls a week from free kill families, as if that proves a potential flood of frivolous lawsuits. I was one of those calls, so let me explain what he left out. Attorneys ask 3 questions. How old was your loved one? Were they married? Are you under 25? They're not assessing malpractice. They're screening for the free kill category. And within seconds, justice is shut down. Not because you don't have a case, but because under this law, you're not allowed to have one. The free kill law creates 2 standards of care. As the Florida Surgeon General stated at the Veto press conference, you better believe that doctors who are concerned about whether they're going to get sued provide different types of care. And yet, despite this unequal treatment exist, hospital executives will still try to portray themselves as the ones at risk. Last session, an executive from the hospital where my mother died told legislators that the repeal would make their facilities uninsurable. 2 months later, that same hospital announced an $800 million expansion. There's clearly room in the budget, just not for accountability. Representatives, I urge you to end 35 years of injustice and restore Floridians' constitutional rights to ensure every life in this state has equal value under the law. Thank you.
That was public comment continuing in Tallahassee right now as this House committee considers the repeal of a potential repeal of Florida's free kill law. Again, this legislation was passed overwhelmingly by both chambers last session, sent to the desk of Governor Ron DeSantis, and he vetoed it. And so we will be watching that today and over the course of the session as well. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back at
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a busy day over the last 3 hours. We've been live streaming here on Fox Local, and if you're just joining us on TV, we appreciate you this afternoon. I want to let you know some of the things that we are monitoring right now. First, let me give you a live look in Tallahassee. This is the Florida House Judiciary Committee. They are discussing a House bill right now that would repeal what is derisively known as Florida's free kill law, essentially provisions that bar certain people from being able to recover damages for medical negligence that results in death. This was legislation that was passed overwhelmingly by both chambers, bipartisan support. Last session was sent to the the desk of Governor Ron DeSantis, and he vetoed it over concerns about healthcare costs and access and about recruiting and retaining doctors. So we're hearing quite a bit of public comment for it right now as lawmakers have reintroduced this bill for the upcoming legislative session. So we are keeping an eye on that. Also want to let you know we are monitoring the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority board meeting. You see Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer there, who is a member of the board, also awaiting Mayor Jerry Demings of Orange County The board is going to talk about potentially forming its own in-house police department for Orlando International Airport. A little bit of context here, and that's something that many airports across the country already do, and they have their own police forces. And there's Mayor Demings walking in there right now. Orlando International right now relies on Orlando Police Department for its safety and security. And so there is a topic of conversation about potentially phasing that out and transitioning over a 4-year period to their own police force. So that will be on the agenda for this afternoon, and we will check in on that coming up in just a little bit, that meeting just about to get underway. But we begin today with following up as we get some new details in the death of a Titusville teenager found dead on a cruise ship. We are now learning more about a potential suspect in connection with that case. I want to bring in Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who has been tracking this story from the beginning. And Esther, we have gotten a lot of new details from court documents just in the past 24 hours or so that are really shedding more light on this case and this investigation.
Well, this case has been gripping our entire community for going on 2 weeks now. You have a young, beautiful, bubbly 18-year-old senior that had a bright future right in front of her, and then she dies on a cruise ship. And since then, all we've known, November 7th, 11:17 in the morning is when Anna Kepner died. Now we're learning in these newly released court documents, which again, this is not from the FBI. These are unrelated family court matters that are now bringing in Anna Kepner's death. We know a 16-year-old stepbrother of Anna is being investigated by the FBI in connection with how she died. So we do know Anna was cruising with her family on this Carnival cruise ship when she was found dead on the ship. These newly related, this is an ongoing custody battle with a stepmother of Anna and her ex. That is where all of this is coming from, because they're asking for emergency orders to stop that custody battle because of the ongoing investigation into a minor child. Also, just released in these court documents, it reads that the 16-year-old is now living with a relative of the mother. So what that means is the 16-year-old has not been taken into custody by the FBI, but the stepchild is not living with Anna's immediate family anymore. Also in those court documents, it says it's believed an attorney has been hired to represent the 16-year-old. This is the hardest evidence we've seen that the FBI is looking into a criminal reason, a possible way if someone in the family committed a crime against Anna that ultimately killed her. Now they are honing in on a 16-year-old stepbrother to her. So just a devastating turn. I mean, this family is getting ready to lay her to rest on Thursday. That's when the funeral is set for. That is when it's happening. And now we're finding out through this unrelated family court matters that a stepbrother could be charged in connection to her murder. So all these court documents are coming down. We are tracking them very closely for you, trying to see any back and forth updates that we can from all the lawyers that are part of this. But this information is not from the FBI. This is just now coming out because they're trying to stop other family court matters from going forward because of this FBI criminal investigation into the family. So a lot to track, a lot that we will be following. But Garrett, just very sad. You know, this community has wondered what happened to Anna. How did she just die on this cruise ship? And it appears that at least the FBI wants to know more, learn more, is considering a suspect of the family.
Yeah, still so many questions. And like you said, we know the community there has been asking those questions and, you know, just a lot that we haven't known at this point. It is interesting, as you point out, these are from unrelated cases, of course, court documents that we're seeing because the FBI, Esther, has really remained mum and tight-lipped throughout this whole thing so far.
And we did speak with a retired detective who worked for the FBI, and she said with these leaked court cases now coming out, it kind of does put a little bit more pressure on the FBI to release maybe some more details, because they are normally very tight-lipped on these things. But now important details are coming out in unrelated findings. What this retired detective said is what we are really waiting for is the ME to list. How did Anna die? Now, we've going on 2 weeks now. She says if there was any drugs or alcohol in her system, that can be what takes a little bit longer. But as far as the manner of death, the FBI is absolutely waiting on that, and that could lead to potential charges actually being filed against anyone in her death. So it's really kind of the waiting game. We know time of death she died, but as far as the autopsy, the results of how exactly she died, that is something that the FBI is tracking closely, and that could lead to these possible charges if anyone is booked and arrested for the death.
I can only imagine what the family members are going through right now. I know you said plans are to lay Anna to rest tomorrow.
November 20th, it's going to be at the Grove Church in the Titusville community. We did go by the home today to see if anyone had anything they wanted to share with this new information coming out. There are no trespassing signs posted in several places at the family home. Someone did come out and say, get off private property. We have no comment. So the family hasn't said much. They made one statement early on, and some family members have posted on social media. But other than that, a lot of family hasn't talked, and now going forward seems like will not be speaking.
All right, Fox 35's Esther Bauer, we appreciate you joining us and sharing your reporting on this. I know this is a story you continue to track and try to dig some answers up on. So we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Yes, and we will continue to follow things closely.
All right, Esther, thanks. I do want to read you a statement just into our newsroom, and a new statement from Carnival Cruise Line saying they are fully cooperating with the Miami office of the FBI in the investigation of the death of a guest traveling on Carnival Horizon. They say just providing some of the initial details, and then again referring, saying that since this is an ongoing matter under the jurisdiction of law enforcement, all media inquiries need to be directed to the FBI's Miami Public Affairs Office, which as Esther said, has not released a whole lot of details. They say their focus remains on supporting the family of the guest and cooperating with that FBI investigation. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we still have a lot to get to over the next hour. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay and senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start today in Sarasota, where a man is facing felony child neglect charges after police say his 3 children were living in deplorable conditions and he was not sending them to school. Now, police say this all stems from an incident that took place back in September. Sarasota police officers with the homeless outreach team were on proactive patrol when they say they recognized a man sleeping on someone's front porch. The man told officers he was friends with the person who lived inside, and through a window, police said that they saw the home was in disarray and the living conditions raised concerns. So that's why officers asked if they could check on the children who were inside, and Tony Maynor allowed them to enter. Now, once inside, those officers said that the home was filled with empty beer cans, trash, and various types of bugs. Now, according to police, there was also an above-ground swimming pool inside the living room that did not have any water in it. Officers said they smelled gasoline. The refrigerators did not have any food inside, and there was no furniture inside that home except for dirty beds. Now, Maynor, he told officers that his children, who are ages 10, 11, and 14, had not been enrolled in school for about 2 years. Now, according to the Sarasota Police Department, officers worked with community partners to get clothing, personal items, shoes, as well as school supplies and a large amount of food, water, sustainable milk, and other substantive things for the family to eat. Officers also worked to have those children re-enrolled into school and work to get furniture in that home. The Department of Children and Families was also contacted and a formal report was made. Now, on November 6th, police said that they did another welfare check on those 3 children at the same house because officers had been receiving complaints that the kids had not been in school. When officers got to the home, they said Maynor allowed them inside and told them that his 3 children were not at school and instead they were asleep inside the house. Now, once inside the home, officers said they saw several cockroaches running across the floors and walls. Wood rot was in the interior doors and cabinets, and they also smelled mold. Police said there was trash on the floors, a dining room table, and countertops in the kitchen. Now, all the bedrooms, police said, were dirty with old spills from food debris as well as trash. Police went on to say that there were raw patties and barely any edible food inside the refrigerator or cabinets for the children to eat. Officers did note that there were more alcoholic beverages for Maynor inside 2 fridges than edible food for the children. Maynor told those officers that one of his children was actually bitten by their dog the night before and had not received any type of medical care. Police said they tried several times to help and provide Maynor with cleaning supplies as well as perishable food. Now, he was arrested and taken to police headquarters to be interviewed. And during that interview, Maynor reportedly gave DCF agents consent to a drug test. And police said that that drug test was positive and showed Maynor had methamphetamines in his system. He was then taken to the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. And we are told that Maynor bonded out of jail the next day. Police said his children were released to a family member, and then they were advised by DCF to return home. Florida law does require any individual who suspects that a child has been abused by a person to report that abuse to the Florida Abuse Hotline. That abuse hotline phone number is 1-800-96-ABUSE. Garrett?
Serious allegations there, and hard to see some of those photos that investigators say were from that home. Just a sad situation.
Yeah, it's a very sad situation because, again, not only were those children living in those conditions, they hadn't been in school for about 2 years. The police said that they worked hard to help this family out by giving them cleaning supplies, food, furniture, and they also worked with community partners to get these kids back enrolled in school. But again, when they checked on this family about 2 months after they initially made contact, they learned that these kids still had not been going to school.
All right, our second story in Tampa Connection, that's a high school student arrested. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so this happened yesterday, shortly before 11:30 a.m., and it all started when Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office says that a student who is 15 years old was seen walking out of a bathroom at Strawberry Crest High School with a vape. Now, an administrative search was conducted. This is in accordance with the school safety protocols, and according to investigators, that teenager was uncooperative, so an HCSO school resource deputy assisted with the search. Now, at that point, the student continued to resist the deputy's efforts and actually tried to grab the deputy's agency-issued gun. That's when that student was put in handcuffs. Now, while searching the teen's backpack, deputies said that they found a loaded handgun as well as a knife. That student, again, who is 15 years old, was charged with possession of a firearm on school grounds, possession of a weapon on school grounds, minor in possession of a firearm, resisting without violence, and altering a serial number on a firearm. Now, this case, it is still under investigation. Garrett.
All right, Nancy, and finally here, we also have an update on a 5-year-old girl who is recovering from an ongoing battle.
Yes, that's right. 5-year-old Lane Nipper is recovering from viral meningitis as well as a severe case of encephalitis, and now she will be able to recover in style thanks to a South Tampa artist who is painting a helmet for Lane to wear as she gets better. Now, Lane has been hospitalized for exactly 1 month after swelling in her brain forced doctors to perform emergency surgery. Doctors said that she tested positive for an autoimmune condition called MOGDAD, which can cause the immune system to attack parts of the brain, spinal cord, as well as optic nerves. A family friend told us that Lane recently opened her eyes, which is something that her friends and family have been praying for. Now, as part of her recovery, Lane will soon need to wear a helmet to protect her healing head. And when the family saw the plain brown helmet she would have to wear, they knew it didn't match Lane's personality because they say she is a spunky, girly girl. So that's why Tampa artist Meg Britton, who knows the family through the kids' baseball team, volunteered to transform the helmet into something beautiful, painting a soft floral tapestry featuring her favorite colors. Now, with every brushstroke, Britton said she is thinking about the kind of piece the Nipper family needs right now. She said that she does plan to finish the floral helmet this week so Lane can wear it once doctors give the approval. Now, the family has not shared details about Lane's long-term prognosis, but they said they're confident she'll be able to begin rehabilitation within the coming weeks or months. Garrett?
Oh, what a perfect helmet now. From that looks so much better, and I would imagine perfect for little Lane.
Yeah, it does look so much better. Again, her friends and family describe her as a girly girl who's very spunky, so she definitely needs a helmet to match.
All right, I love that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast, and I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who joins me here live. And Laurel, there's really not a whole lot going on. We're in a really nice kind of setup here where warms up during the day, cools off during the night. You can't ask for a whole lot more, but we also know folks are gearing up and looking ahead for Thanksgiving. A lot of people are going to be traveling and kind of wondering what's going on there.
Yes, and me too, because I also have travel plans. I've been looking at everything, and for us here in Florida, we're going to be seeing a nice stretch of weather. So especially going to any Thanksgiving parties or any Thanksgiving dinners, any travel plans for that leading into Thanksgiving looks good to go. It's kind of during and just after Thanksgiving that we're going to be watching pretty carefully here in Florida, but luckily it doesn't look like it's going to be drastic enough where it's going to completely ruin your travel plans.
But things could be a little wet here?
Little wet, so that's what we're looking at. So right now we're in an area of huge high pressure, and it's absolutely beautiful. It's nice, beautiful temperatures, gorgeous sunshine. Can't think of anything better than that. But it's once we head into the middle of next week, that's when we're going to be keeping an eye on a cold front. And this is what could dip our temperatures a little bit, taking a look a little after Thanksgiving. But also with that, it could bring in some scattered showers. So it might not be one of those completely you can head outside and have Thanksgiving dinner, but it may be one of those, okay, you can keep the windows open at least.
All right. I've been loving having the windows open at night again. I think we've talked about it before, but it's just so nice. I know you're heading up north for Thanksgiving. It's going to be, I would imagine, quite a bit cooler up there.
I'm already already chilly and shivering because you can even hear it. It is. So I'm originally from Massachusetts, South Shore, Massachusetts, and so I'm heading up there. Lows are in like the 20s and 30s. Highs are going to be in the 40s. So I'm breaking out the heavy sweaters, the heavy jacket, which it's actually kind of nice. I feel like they haven't seen the light of day since I moved to Florida, but. Yeah, no, we are definitely already packing the heavy winter clothes that I still have.
The jackets will appreciate actually getting some use,
yes.
But you're not going to appreciate having to wear them.
Yeah, true, very true. Especially like the long pants, the heavier pants. Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Karen.
As we go to break here, let's give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you live right now inside the AGOA board meeting. This is the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, where they are discussing right now potentially creating their own police department for Orlando International Airport. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
So it's the best of both worlds, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And just to further elaborate on that, I would say that GOA thinks they pay too much, and the city of Orlando doesn't think they pay enough. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Right on message. Mr. Nunziata.
Yeah, John, I want to commend you for your hard work on this topic, and I want to thank the city for the willingness to discuss what's in the best interest of the airport. And as we move forward and do more research, we'll determine whether it's a good deal for both the city and the airport. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John, for your hard work on this.
Thanks, sir.
Mayor?
This is very interesting to me. As a former Orlando chief of police, one thing that I would suggest is that look very carefully as you do your analysis with the staffing, because sometimes today, if there's a staffing shortage or vacancies or what have you here at the airport, the Orlando Police Department has the ability, because of its size, from its other operations, to pull staff to be able to staff up to fill whatever vacancies may be. And sometimes, from an operational perspective, if you are the only entity. You're the entity. You have to look within your own resources to fill those vacancies. And that's where there may be a cost or benefit that you have today of being engaged with the Orlando Police Department and not being solely dependent upon your own resources, if that makes sense to you. So in the analysis, that should be something that you look at, is make certain that for those catastrophic incidents and other things, I know you have interlocal agreements with other law enforcement agencies to be able to come in and support you in an emergency situation. But those day-to-day operations, sometimes that's something that you might not take into consideration adequately.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other comments?
I just wanted to clarify, we're specifically talking about conversation for MCO. This would have no impact on Orlando executive, sorry.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, John. Ms. Tricia Cottman, Vice President, Risk Management, will be presenting new business item B.
So the motion carried there, which essentially gets the ball rolling on this process of exploring the possibility of establishing their own in-house police department. I'm looking at the memorandum here that was in the agenda, and this would essentially start the process, and it would be a 4-year transition plan to implement a new department that would involve recruiting and training specialized airport officers. Again, you heard them talk about basically having to start things from the ground up, having to hire a chief, hire officers, a lot of things that would go into this. But they also talked about the reason with this being one of the nation's busiest airports, kind of needing its own dedicated airport police department. So things will move forward with that. Meanwhile, let me get you to Tallahassee right now, where we are continuing to hear public comment right now in the Florida House Judiciary Committee meeting, where they are discussing a repeal of Florida's so-called free kill law. Let's go ahead and listen in live for a few minutes as folks continue to speak here. Again, this is live in Tallahassee.
Forwarded some facts for you. In the last committee, someone made the statement that these litigation reforms that me and my ilk promote don't work. Well, that's not true. In 2003, this legislature enacted workers' compensation reforms, and the rates on workers' comp are down by 50, 60, 70%. In 2003, this legislature enacted medical malpractice reforms. In 10 years, rates were down for doctors and hospitals by 35%. In 2019 through 22, there were property insurance reforms. Rates have stabilized and are trending downwards. Your work is working. Number 3, in 2012, there was automobile insurance reforms, PIP. You get the point. And then now, the biggest and best story of all that's current is the success in the automobile insurance rates based on the 2023 law. The next thing I want to talk about is this concept of justice, that there's no justice to be sought unless this class of people can get compensation for non-economic damages. First of all, there's an administrative process. A couple of the advocates who are not here today have successfully gone through administrative processes and found wrongdoing by providers. I don't know of others that have, but there is a story to be told there. Other advocates have sought help from personal injury lawyers who are members of the Florida Justice Association. Keyword justice. They told these advocates to scram. I don't have time to help you seek justice because there's not enough legal fees in the equation for me. So I know we want to blame the legislature and the law you have and blame the governor, but it's the lawyers who make an economic decision not to help those who have been harmed because there's not enough money in legal fees because the only damages awarded are economic damages. And there are economic damages that can be recovered today. You've heard a few of them, funeral expense, medical expense, but net accumulations. That's the amount of money that the decedent would have accumulated in a lifetime had they lived. The next thing I want to talk about is the point of non-economic damages. Those of us who went to law school and torts class in freshman year learned about the point of compensatory damages. These damages are not awarded based on the life of the decedent. They are awarded based on the pain and suffering and mental anguish of the person who was alive. And so the legislature can make a very rational decision, and I believe did in this case and should reverse the 1990 law, and say those entitled to monies for pain and suffering are dependents. Those of us who are not dependents, and I fall into this category, I guess, because my mother is in her 70s and not married, so I, in a medical malpractice, can't sue. It is a real loss to lose your mother, whether it's through medical malpractice, whether it's through natural causes, whether it's through an automobile. But suffering and mental anguish and grieving is part of the human condition. And the question for you, you all got elected, and this is the balance I'm going to leave you with, is you have to balance the cost of providing Mark Delegal, 58-year-old man, mental anguish damages for his mother, who's in her 70s, versus what is going to happen in the expense of and what gets cut. And what do I mean by that? If these damages are awarded, someone's got to pay for them. There's no such thing as a free lunch. That's a quote from the Florida Supreme Court case that I could cite you to. And that means that neonatal intensive care units are going to have to be looked at. Trauma care, burn centers, community outreach, prenatal care, and on and on and on. The pie is only so big. If the slice for Mark Delegal or anybody in my situation is compensated for what is real mental pain and suffering, something has got to give. And so that was really the balance. I submit to you that as a matter of equity, only dependents, my wife, in my case, because they don't have minor children anymore, are where that money should be awarded and not for non-dependents, the death. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That hearing in Tallahassee been going on for about an hour. A lot of public comment from a variety of different people, and it appears that there are more speakers to come. Just a reminder here, this is legislation that was overwhelmingly passed by both chambers last session, bipartisan support in the last legislative session, and again right now it was introduced by a Republican from Fort Pierce, but has Democratic backing as well, co-introduced by Representatives Johanna Lopez and Anna Escamani, Democrats from the Orlando area. So we will see what ends up happening with this. Last time it was approved and sent to the governor's desk, and he vetoed it, talked about some of the concerns that he had for healthcare costs and access, and also said that he believed there needed to be cap when it comes to things like this. So this has already passed one subcommittee, heading to the House Judiciary Committee, where it's being heard today, and then if approved, would end up heading to the floor in the upcoming legislative session. We are getting ready to take a break here on Florida Live. Let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. We still have a lot more to come here on Fox 35 TV, on Fox Local, and on YouTube. We'll be back with more Florida Live after this. Live look at downtown Orlando on this Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've been talking a lot about property taxes, and that is because the ongoing conversation about getting rid of them across the state of Florida. Florida would be one of the first places to do that, one of the breaking ground, essentially, as this conversation continues and begins to get underway in Tallahassee. Big committee meeting tomorrow at the state capitol, where the Florida House Select Committee on Property Taxes is going to begin looking at those 8 proposals and what they might mean. 7 of them are things that could end up on your ballot next year. You would have the chance to vote for. Some of them ranging from a phase out of certain things and to a complete elimination of homesteaded property taxes. Earlier this week, we spoke with Toby Overdorf, who is a Republican from Palm City. He's the chair of the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. Today, we got a Democratic perspective from that same committee. Anna Kepner, state representative from Orlando, who took the time this morning to speak with me about her perspective as the House continues this conversation on what to do about property taxes. Here's a listen in. Representative Escamani, this has been a process that's been going on for a while now, started last session with some meetings, got the committee meeting tomorrow in the interim here. As this process kind of kicks back up, looking ahead to this 2026 legislative session, what do you want to see?
Well, we want to see real meaningful relief provided to Florida families while also striking the balance for local governments to deliver the services that every Floridian expects. And I think that's a challenge with the bills that we have to be debated in this first stop is no alternative revenue generation concepts have been offered for local governments. And when we think about the impact on services like fire safety and firefighters, to sanitation, to environmental management, to animal shelters, to everything that you expect a local government to respond to, there is no alternative source of funding being proposed for them to continue those services. So I'll be digging deep into those questions. And of course, I also want to make sure that any relief we provide to families is going to be targeted and centered on those who need the most relief versus those that are financially well off and don't necessarily face economic challenges like so many Floridians do.
I know the committee did some legwork on this during the last session and talked to some stakeholders and local governments and covered some of those topics that you were just talking about. To you, what are the big takeaways from what you learned, kind of setting the foundation for this that you're kind of bringing forward into this new session?
Great question. I think number one, everyone hates taxes, which we didn't need a work group to learn that. But at the same time, everybody loves their services. They want to be able to dial 911 and get a response that's fast. They want to make sure that when there's a code issue, that local government's responding to it. So folks love the services local government provides, but they are facing economic challenges. And I will say, a lot of the feedback from constituents have also been frustration with property insurance, with car insurance, with healthcare costs, with grocery costs, with rental costs. And so I don't want to demote any of those real concerns that the legislature needs to focus on as we reconvene in January. But when it comes to property taxes, we've also learned that there are inequities in the system. For example, if you're a first-time home buyer or maybe someone who's recently separated, so you are moving away to your own place, you don't have the benefits of portability or Save Our Homes, which many homeowners that are more established do. And this creates a situation that you're buying a house, maybe in a more established neighborhood. Your house is smaller than your neighbors, but your property taxes are substantially higher because property taxes have increased with the property values. And so because you don't have the benefits of these caps over time, you're paying substantially more than your neighbors, even though your property is technically smaller at a flat level would be rated less. but because of the caps others have, you're facing this inequity. And this has made it harder for first-time homeowners to be able to make that venture. Now, the challenge is the proposals we have don't necessarily address that inequity. And so I do think it's important for us to be very critical about targeted need and about addressing all these other cost challenges that families are facing.
There are 8 proposals on the table right now. 7 of them are the joint resolutions that could go on the ballot for voters across the state of Florida. What do you make of how this is being handled with kind of considering all of those? Do you think that's the right approach?
Well, it's very political. I think that's my first response. We do know that the governor opposes having multiple proposals and wants to see just one proposal. The Senate at this time has offered no proposals. So I think it's fair to say that as the House moves forward with these 8 different concepts, that a lot is going to happen when we're back in session more formally in January. And I will see these bills in every committee stop. I serve in all 3 committees that they're agenda to. So we'll be tweaking them, offering amendments, adding to the conversation, and doing our part to try to get these products into a more balanced outcome where there is some sort of support for local governments that are going to lose billions of dollars in revenue. I mean, if you look at estimations across the state of Florida, we're talking about essential services that would have to be cut or totally eliminated if these proposals were to pass and there is no replacement of revenue. With that said, I think it's also really important to keep in mind that if voters were to approve all of these, they conflict with one another. And so I do think that we need to narrow down the scope here and come up with a proposal that takes in consideration all of the levers being changed here. I mean, end of the day, if the first House resolution were to pass, the other ones become irrelevant. And so there's, I think, a lot of details to still figure out as we go on this journey for the next weeks and months.
You mentioned the governor, and he has been very vocal about this, and yet he still has not put forth a proposal of his own. Why do you think that is, and what do you make of his input to this process and how it is impacting what lawmakers are trying to do?
Well, to be blunt, Governor DeSantis terms out next year. He terms out hypothetically the same year that these proposals and any proposal would be on the ballot for voters. So he hasn't given us any concepts because I feel like he doesn't see it as his responsibility since he's not going to be in office anymore. He's not going to be the one to have to clean up messy situations. I mean, let's be clear. We want to provide tax relief to Florida families. We also don't want to defund law enforcement, public education, firefighters, essential services like sanitation workers, public health programs and needs. And so Governor DeSantis has not provided us any specifics because that doesn't fit on a bumper sticker. For him, he's likely campaigning for president in 2028. He is trying to leverage any type of talking point he can to that goal. So I don't think Governor DeSantis is truly committed to solving this challenge and getting into the weeds on specific policy solutions, and instead just prefers to uplift what is politically favorable rhetoric, tax breaks. But the reality is that who pays is the question that we have to answer. If you give a tax break, you have to find another way to compensate for the loss of revenue. And I am worried, candidly, about a tax shift. I'm worried that if you pursue these large sweeping tax breaks, that it just shifts the taxation onto other populations of people, whether it's small businesses, whether it's renters. We have to be really critical about who pays when it comes to a more balanced tax system.
The governor and the CFO have said that the enough of the property taxes and the revenue from these local governments comes from non-homesteaded properties, and that if these local governments cut spending to the way that the CFO has been traveling the state saying he wants to see, that there really wouldn't be that much of an impact. Do you think that's the case?
Absolutely not. I mean, I attended the CFO's latest press conference in Orlando. When asked for specific examples of wasteful spending, he could not list one example. And I think it's worth noting that the responsibilities of local governments have substantially increased over time. When we think about the role the federal government used to play in housing affordability, in nonprofit funding and block grants, I mean, so many of those programs have been pulled back, especially under the Trump administration. And local governments have had made up the gaps. And so local governments play an outsized role in programs like affordable housing, in violence intervention, in animal welfare, in public health. And so their responsibilities have substantially grown as the federal government has pulled back. And so when we're looking at a ledger and trying to figure out, okay, where is this potential wasteful spending? There's always going to be efficiency opportunities, but not to the degree of the billions of dollars that this proposal would remove. So at the end of the day, there does need to be other revenue generation, and no clarity has been provided what that could be. Now, for example, I have been a strong proponent for reforming the tourism development tax, known as the TDT, because I do think that, especially where we are in Orange County, the TDT generates upwards of $350 million in revenue every year, but it's very restrictive in how it can be spent, which is why it can only be spent on promotion tourism or other types of tourism-related projects like the convention center or museums and so forth. If we provide flexibility in that arena, then we'll have a little bit more of alternatives revenue generation. And if we increase the TDT, that also give us additional dollars. But there's a lot of pushback to that and a lot of industry opposition to that. So these are the types of questions we need to have answered, but the governor is not engaging in that type of good faith debate.
Last thing here, Representative Escamani, and that's affordability is a real issue for a lot of families, a lot of people across the state of Florida. And so what is your message to them as they kind of watch this debate going on in Tallahassee?
Elections matter, and we have politicians right now that would rather demonize local governments and actually go after corporations who are the ones jacking up our prices. You know, when I think about corporate consolidation and monopolies, it eliminates competition, which leads to prices skyrocketing. When I think about the affordable housing crisis, so much of it is tied to a lack of supply of affordable housing. And this is in part due to the Florida legislature raiding affordable housing trust funds for years, creating the supply shortage we have today. So I actually think there's opportunities for government intervention involvement as it pertains to closing corporate tax loopholes, strengthening consumer protections and tenant rights, and supporting those in foreclosure with relief options, and ensuring that grocery stores are not inflating their prices while reducing quantity in what they sell to you. We have a lot of opportunities as a legislative body to intervene in some of this greedy behavior. And yet the legislature consistently gives out tax breaks to large corporations and ignores these loopholes and allows them to exist. And so, you know, we're going to continue to have the debate on property taxes, but it can't be the only debate that we have. There's so many other opportunities to bring prices down for the everyday consumer, but it requires a level of courage and challenging corporations. But unfortunately, due to campaign finance laws, a lot of these corporate actors who are creating the expensive environment are political donors. And that creates self-censorship. It creates an ecosystem where corporations dictate the policy. And thus you have the broken system that each one of us are trying to navigate today.
State Representative Anna Escamani, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live to talk about this.
Thank you so much for having me.
Again, that property tax committee meeting begins at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will have more coverage on Fox 35 News Plus throughout the day on Fox Local. And if you missed our conversation from the Republican side and the chair of that committee, you can find that right now on Fox Local and on fox35orlando.com. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. live look right now along International Drive in Orlando, the tourist district. And welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon down there at the Orange County Convention Center, IAPA expo going on this week. It's the annual trade show of the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions, and all kinds of really cool stuff going on there this week. And we get to check in with Fox 35's Lauren Margolis, who joins us live out there. And Lauren, what a week it's already been there for you at IAPA. What's going on out there today?
It is truly amazing, Garrett. Welcome to the world's largest theme park convention. Isn't that crazy? We get to have that right here in Central Florida. Over 1,100 exhibitors are here. One of them is A Station. They are super innovative, and we're going to show you a little bit of their technology. So, Kelvin, can you tell us the difference between mixed reality and virtual reality? You are in the MR field.
Well, in mixed reality, you take what you see and you add on a layer of that other reality, and there's interaction.
Yeah.
So in a while you will see some dinosaurs and you can go pet them.
You can actually pet them. I'm going to get to experience that now for myself.
Make sure they don't bite, yes?
Yeah, make sure they don't bite me. So what, instead of virtual reality where we're seeing a whole different world, I'm actually still going to be able to see the parking lot here, but dinosaurs right in front of me.
Right. I would like you to give your best expression when he puts it on you.
Okay.
I'm going to talk on as you want to try to do that.
All right.
But basically, you see exactly what you see here. You can see everybody. You can wave to them.
Wow.
And at the same
I see all the people walking around, but I also see huge dinosaurs. There's a big sign here that says Dinosaur Park. Where can we find this sort of technology, Kelvin?
Now you find it with A Station, because we're the only ones and the first in the world to have brought it to this level.
This is amazing. So eventually this could be in our theme parks.
Yep, you can. It's applied to theme parks, museums, science centers, attractions.
Wow.
Historical
I see
sites.
Dinosaurs flying above me. This is crazy. Oh, I think I was just brought into another world for a second. This is
now,
so
if you were
cool.
if you were to give me your right hand, and I would like you to do this with your left hand, do that.
Oh.
What do you see?
Shooting out swords? Am I shooting swords?
No, you just press to the button, second button to your left.
Okay. This one.
Put your palm out, put the second button to your left.
This is so cool.
Okay, you got dinosaurs? You got dinosaurs?
I am not in the dinosaur world anymore.
So what? Oh, I see. Transported.
I have transported somewhere else.
Magical. Now try that again. Put a hand up. You see the second button from your left?
Yes. Again. Well, this is the same one.
Yeah, second button your left. Got it? Got it? Dinosaurs?
Oh, yeah, and dinosaurs
put your
are
hand
back.
down. Now, I would like you to use your right hand and do that.
Okay. Wow.
What
So
do you
this
see?
is, so it's different than virtual reality where you're actually like, I'm
Yeah.
seeing like sparks or something.
And you see butterflies.
There's a dinosaur right there. There's one right above here, a T-Rex. Oh, I see the butterflies. This is so amazing. I've never experienced anything like this where I can still see you, but
Right.
I'm in a whole other world.
Can you
So-
imagine doing this in such a way where there's a Halloween or space?
Yeah.
It takes you way out.
That is amazing. So this is something we can also see in museums as well. The
Definitely.
possibilities are endless for this.
Hospital is endless,
Yeah.
storytelling. So if you have a story to tell, we help you overlay that, and then you relive. Whether it's the Colosseums in Rome, or whether it's a cultural street, then, or whether it's a Battle of Normandy, and you want to tell the story and say this is what happened, and you are in the action.
Yeah, well,
How
I got
cool
to be
is
in the
that?
action for myself today. That was so cool, Garrett. You've got to come out here and try this.
Yeah, I might have to do that. Lauren Margolis, we appreciate you joining us live from IAPA Expo this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how cool is that technology? We are going to wrap up here on Florida Live. I want to let you know we are standing by for a news conference out of Orange County where we expect an update on a missing child. We will have that for you coming up at 3 o'clock on Fox Local. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon. any minute now from police and from the father of a missing girl. Let me give you a live picture right now where that news conference is going to be going on near the Florida Mall in Orange County. Here's what we know about the situation right now. This is a case out of Margate, which is in Broward County. And let me show you the photos that Margate Police Department posted on their Facebook page. Been a couple of weeks now. This is 10-year-old Gabrielle Terralong. I may be mispronouncing the name. I apologize for that. We will hear how they pronounce it at this news conference coming up here shortly. She's described as 4'8", weighs about 90 pounds. She was first reported missing back on October 29th. Again, this is the Margate Police Department out of Broward County that is working with law enforcement in this case out of South Florida, but they've been in Central Florida, is what investigators tell us, and working with local law enforcement agencies here looking for this missing 10-year-old girl. They say they've really been canvassing some potential locations where she has been in the past and where she might be. I will say right now we don't know the circumstances surrounding this or what all may be involved or at play here, but we are standing by for this update here any minute now, where we also expect to hear from this girl's father, who is, we're told, is going to be speaking. So we are standing by for that news conference and expect that to begin any minute now. So while we wait on that, we are going to take one quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will get you right back here for this news conference coming up after this. So keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back with more. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, give you this live look outside the Florida Mall, where we expect a news conference any minute now from law enforcement and also from the father of a missing 10-year-old girl. Margate Police Department in Broward County has been here in Central Florida working with law enforcement agencies here, trying to find 10-year-old Gabrielle Terralong. We expect to hear from her father at this news conference. Like I said just a couple of minutes ago, if you're just joining us, we don't really know a whole lot of details right now what the circumstances might be surrounding this. These are photos that the Margate Police Department put on Facebook a couple of weeks ago. She was reported missing back on October 29th. and since then, the Margate Police Department, we're told, has been in Central Florida looking for her, canvassing locations where she might be. So we are awaiting this news conference any minute now. We're going to leave it on this shot here for a couple of minutes while we wait on that to begin, and we'll check back in with you here in just a couple of minutes. All right, it looks like this news conference getting ready to begin. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
DONTERRELONGE. I'm here to talk about my missing daughter, Gabrielle Terrelong. If anybody has heard anything or can give us any whereabouts or seen them anywhere, please, I beg. I'm begging from the bottom of my heart. I just want to find my daughter. I want her to come home. If she's out there and she can hear me now, we're gonna find you. Just hold on. If anybody can help with any information, anything, please contact the Sheriff Department or contact this number, 954-493-8477. There's a missing reward for any whereabouts. Please let us know. It's a nightmare, but a headache at the same time because I was looking for them. I've been looking for them for the past 3-4 months, but I also had a court protective order to stay away from them from a case we have in March that put me in jail. So pretty much I was seen with them in May trying to get them off the streets, and she's been eluding me. She got the police involved again. That's how I can stop her.
Can you tell me anything about Gabrielle? Is she shy? Is she outgoing?
She's a very outgoing girl, very vibrant. She likes to have fun, but she is shy too. She's very shy. She wouldn't just talk to anyone, but she talks to other kids. She's very smart. She likes the color pink, bright pink. That's her favorite color. She likes to eat Funyun chips. She likes pizza. She wants to be a princess. She thinks just like a normal 9-10-year-old girl. She's 10 now. She just turned 10 June 25th, that's when I figured she was missing because I was looking for her since June. So, yeah. Well, the last memory with me and my daughter was I was ordered by Osceola County to stay away from them. So when that happened, I fought and plead, but then I had to do exactly what the court order was. And I end up running into them hours later. And the last moments I had with my daughter, she was happy, energized. Her mom was out of it. And me and her had a brief second to talk, but it wasn't really much. And because I didn't want to go back to jail or to really jeopardize myself from what I went through, I pretty much had to leave. So that was the last moments I had with my daughter. It wasn't much, but it was enough for me to remember.
Do you know why they may have come to Orlando?
Well, I'm from Orlando. I lived in Orlando for maybe the past some odd years, maybe 7 or 8, but I originally worked for the Miami-Dade Fair in Miami and traveled with them. So I also, before I lived in Orlando, I lived down south, and she's from there. We met each other down there in South Florida.
For why she may have gotten on a bus here with your daughter in Tampa.
From the experience of us living in Kissimmee and living in Orlando and the East Side, we live a couple of locations out here. So she's just going back to what she knows. She's not doing anything she hasn't done. She just doesn't have nowhere to go.
Morgan, where do you think Gabby would have been at if the mom would come up here from time to time in Orlando? What areas would she?
Well, it was Kissimmee, because we lived in by St. Cloud. We lived in St. Cloud, and we also recently lived in Celebration. So that was the main reason why she'd come back, because she knows a lot of people there, and she knows she can get help without me. But yeah, that's about it. That's.
Where does your daughter go to school?
The last time she went to school was South Florida in Pompano, and it was only for a couple of weeks because her mom, she has this attachment where she was used to homeschooling her, me and her both, but I tried to transition her into regular school, and it didn't work out for the mom. The mom couldn't agree with it. No, it was 2022.
She's been homeschooled by you guys?
Her whole life, pretty much. Her whole life. Since 4 years old, 3, we both took turns. We buy her, for each grade, we buy her the book for each grade and go through everything, which grade she's supposed to know.
And were you able to speak to her mom while she was in jail?
Yes.
How did that go?
Not the way I wanted, but at the same time, we got a good amount of information, because as far as that point, I'm thinking my child is probably somewhere no one could find. So I mean, as long as she is telling us something, we know that there's hope. You know, that's.
Do you think that the child was with you?
No, she gave that story because she's afraid of DCF. Let me tell you something. Pasha has been running around for the past 8 years. Only 2 years of Gabby's life have she stayed situated in a house or a household for 2 years straight. Every other year, she's lived with me, she lives with my mom, she's lived with my sister, and every time we try to get her comfortable, she finds a way to get up and go. And that's just her. That's what she wants to do. No one is forcing her to do anything. This is how she's been for a while. No one can really tell her what to do, but we try and try, even to this day. I mean, she could have found me when I was looking for her. She knew where to find me. She knew exactly where I was. Before this year, she'd always come to my job, find me, and say she need help. So this time, she's definitely doing something else. Oh yes, she's schizophrenic. I don't know how she became schizophrenic, but I know that there was a time period for between 2021 and 23 where she was pregnant and she had a stillbirth. And when she had stillbirth, I guess it did something to her, or whoever she was with, it caused her to have schizophrenia. Now, her schizophrenia, she never told me about. I end up finding out the truth that she has schizophrenia of last year, June of last year. And when I found out, the day I found out, she left the state and moved to California to get treatment from her brother, help from her brother. She didn't want me to find out. So I found out over the phone, basically, that she's schizophrenic, hearing voices. She finally admitted it to me. And I didn't know. The whole time, I didn't know she was hearing voices, but I knew something was different with her. She wasn't the same person for a while.
Gordon, whenever you talk with Pasha, does she ever say when she last saw Gabby?
She says that she's supposed to be with me. And when she says Gabby's supposed to be with me, that's a clear sign that something bad happened. Every time she brings up me and it's a question directly to her, it's pointing the finger the other way because something bad happened.
Have you talked to her directly, or is this just...
I talked to her directly, and I didn't want to hear any of the lies, because even if you're giving lies, my daughter is missing. I just want to know, how do you feel about that? And the way she reacts is a dead feeling. It's something I never seen before from her.
Did she ever act like this before? Was she
Never,
always acting like a lover?
never. I have never seen her act like this before. So this is what raised my concern even more. But I was already concerned because she was hiding for 3 months. Think about that. I have a court order, and I had people spotting her, telling me, I seen your daughter and I seen her. I go over there, she's not nowhere to be found. So I'm thinking she'll come to my job. That's why I went back to South Florida, because I heard she was there. I didn't work at the place anymore, but I'm thinking she'll come to my old job like she's done in the past, looking for me. Never did.
How did you find out that Pasha was in jail or behind bars?
Well, every night I'd go on my phone and Google, and I'd type in both their names just to see if anything comes up. And after a month or two of doing this, I called my mom and I said, "Can you help me?" And she said, "Well, you gotta do this, take the hard road, because the easy route doesn't work out for you." So I took the hard route, and I said, "I'm going to take care of it myself," because everyone that I got involved, it didn't help. So after a certain while, I went back to the old way of feeling desperate, and I went online and I searched her name, and I seen she was in jail. No, well, yeah, right now as we speak, yes.
You're not aware of any other time that, I know you say you have a court order, so sometimes there'll be gaps in you've seen her, but you're not aware of any other time that she's gone missing or has been unaccounted for?
Oh, no, I reported her missing before. I reported her missing in 22. And this time, she was, in 2022, she went missing and was pregnant, 6 months pregnant. I reported her missing to the same Margate police.
Wait, Pasha?
Yep.
Pasha was missing.
The same person. She was missing with my daughter and was pregnant at the time in 2022. And then I end up finding them on my own. I got a tip, found them in Coconut Creek. And then I had to call Margate and said I found them.
But you've never been aware of Gabrielle going missing before?
No, this situation is a little bit different. It's a little bit different because usually she's found with Gabrielle. We found her without Gabrielle. So now we have a missing report on my daughter alone. So it's a different situation. Before, she was with the mother and she was pregnant. So, you know, we was concerned about what happens when she gives birth. Who's gonna watch Gabby? When she went to jail, my concern was, where's Gabby? You're in jail. Who's watching Gabby? See the different scenario.
What is law enforcement telling you as far as the investigation?
Well, they're telling me there's hope, and we definitely have leads, and we definitely are doing something. They're doing something about it, and best believe that she's somewhere. We just need to continue to search.
Could you talk more about the places that she might be, or the places that Pasha would go? So you said you used to live in Kissimmee. Like, where specifically do you think people could keep a better eye out?
Well, I would say, honestly, everywhere in Florida at this point, because we're going over every location that possibly we could think of. So if that's the case, we need to go of every location, period, because at this point we're still looking. So I mean, it doesn't hurt to look for any little bit of help, or to look places we haven't looked.
But there weren't friends who live around here who saw Gabrielle?
Well, I know people know our family, like they seen all three of us together, so they know us well by us together. But if they seen her alone, a lot of people don't really know her. We don't have that many friends. But if they seen her alone, they could pick her out, because, I mean, she's not really like, you know, I mean, unless we're together, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They'll pick her out pretty well. I mean, they'll see. If someone had to see something. I just feel like even if we don't find her in Orlando, doesn't mean she's not going to be found. So maybe if we could get any clues or hints from anywhere, that would be the best thing right now, you know? Until I find Gabby. honestly, I wherever I feel is best location where she could be is where I'm gonna be to find her. Gabby? Yes, Gabby. She knows who her father is. She knows who I am. She knows her grandmother. She knows her aunt. She knows us, and if she was out there by herself, I'm pretty sure she'll go to somebody and say, I need to talk to my father. I need to find my father. She would say it just like that. I know her. That's the scary part, that she hasn't done it yet.
What's it like with the holidays coming up?
I'm trying not to think about it. There's nothing really to think about. It's just, there's no holiday for me. There's no holiday. What holiday? I have nothing to look forward to at this point, unless we find her.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you. If anybody has any whereabouts, they know any whereabouts where my child could be, or anything, any information, please come forward, please. I'm speaking in a position of a father that is desperate, need help right now. Any help I can get to find her location. Please, please help us if you can. If you know how that is, having a child and not wanting to not see them again, then you will understand that this is serious, you know? Yeah.
News conference wrapping up there, where we heard from the father of Gabrielle Terralong, 10 years old, reported missing on October 29th, but was last seen in Broward County in June. The father, Gordon, saying they've been looking for her for months there. His word to his daughter, hold on. He called it a nightmare. He is from the Orlando area. They had lived previously in Osceola County around St. Cloud and in Celebration, and so that's why they believe she may be around here. A lot of concern for her safety. Again, this is a case that originated out of Margate, the Margate Police Department, which is in Broward County, but they've been working with law enforcement agencies here in Central Florida, including the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, to try to find her. If you know anything, you are asked to contact the Sheriff's Office or other investigators because they are concerned for her safety at this point. And you saw the emotion and heard some of that emotion from Gordon Terralong, who is rightfully worried. He said it's a nightmare and a headache, and just asking for help in tracking her down. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we will get you back to Fox Weather before the 407 begins here on Fox Local at 4 o'clock.
only on Fox Weather. Straight ahead on Fox Weather now, storms dropping some pea-sized hail. It was just outside Phoenix. Yeah, look at those bouncing off the sidewalk there. Yesterday afternoon in Tempe, the storm's bringing significant rain, causing some flooding and minor damage. Some scattered showers, isolated storms expected. We showed you what's happening there, Arizona and over into New Mexico. We're watching it. We've got more Fox Weather coming up. Keep it here. Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. We're watching an active setup. We've seen what's been playing out across the Southwest, that energy and moisture slowly moving off to the east. And as it does so, it brings some severe weather threat, but more so just a ton of heavy rain and what looks to be a considerable flash flooding threat. That'll be for Texas, parts of the hill country, points north all the way up toward the Red River, and into tomorrow, areas even farther off to the north and east from there. You also notice that boundary just off the west coast. As that continues to approach, new disturbance develops along it. That will be an issue late tonight into tomorrow. More rain into California. That will slowly spread off to the east and bring another round of some similar challenges moving forward through the next several days in many of the spots we were just talking about. So let's start in the Southern Plains. That's where this slow-moving pocket of energy has been dragging its heels. And man, is that going to be an issue as we move forward with time? We know the history, what happened earlier this year, the vulnerability of the Texas Hill Country to flash flooding when we get rain rates like some of what we're expecting moving forward through the next several days. You look at the mid-level moisture. That's the next thing approaching the top left of your screen outside the picture. We'll get to that coming up. But this big dip in the jet stream, it's kind of more an open wave now. It was an area of low pressure that just crawled its way across California and into the desert Southwest. But there's two separate areas, two plumes of atmospheric moisture, one going this way. That's what's going to continue to pivot southeast and kick up the heavy rain threat and the severe weather threat later on this evening. And all of this is still actually kicking up some pockets of heavy rain down across the desert Southwest. There's a flash flood warning up in Arizona. So we'll keep an eye on that. This is what I was talking about for the overall severe weather threat moving into the latter part of this evening. It's still going to be a little while until the intense storms start to fire. But from Joplin down through much of Oklahoma, clipping OKC, all the way down through I-35, Dallas, Waco to Sonora, down through the Rio Grande. Level 1 out of 5 threat. We'll be watching for that. All modes of severe weather are possible. It isn't a slam dunk severe weather setup, thankfully, but we know that these storms will become pretty intense and put down a lot of water. And because of how slowly this storm is moving, it's multiple opportunities to get stuck under a thunderstorm that's producing significant rain rates. And with that, we've got this. There's I-35, something like this. San Antonio is included, out into the hill country, to the river, and all the way up to about Comanche. This runs through Friday morning. That's the point here, is that it isn't just one storm comes through, maybe there's some nuisance flooding, and you say, all right, I'm all set. This is going to be a couple days of this, all the way through Friday morning, where flooding is possible, and that's why that watch is so long fuse. The Weather Prediction Center, this was a bad update from them. Just a little bit earlier this afternoon, it was last hour, they kicked up the level 2 to a level 3 in some of those places that we were just talking about. Level 3 out of 4 hazard. We have that in the forecast tomorrow. You also notice up in through here, that darker green, the Red River, eastern parts of Oklahoma, northern parts of Arkansas, and southern Missouri. All of those areas are in a level 2 out of 4 threat for flash flooding. A little farther off to the west, it's still going on. Look at that scene from Phoenix with the cloud cover around. There is some rain falling if you look closely. Jane Menard back with us today, and Jane looked a whole lot like that yesterday. And that's the same thing we were just talking about, the long fuse aspect of this overall weather pattern.
The storm door is open, and you keep watching these waves of energy move in. And the thing is, though, they're taking their time.
Yeah.
With every single swipe into the coast, then you start to see hours and days of rain pile up. And in spots like Las Vegas, we're talking the 7th wettest November on record up to this point. And we've got more rain on the way as we head not only through the night tonight, but then on into the weekend. So focusing in right now across the radar across, say, New Mexico, Arizona. Once you get into a little elevation, Mongolian Rim up there, up towards Flagstaff, you know, we do have an isolated flood risk today. Level 1, this is going to be mostly for the daytime hours across Arizona, but then we do shift that into the overnight where that coverage picks up across New Mexico. You'll see that here on the exclusive Fox weather model through this evening. We'll get pockets of rain, a couple of thunderstorms, especially through the daytime hours. Once we get through the peak afternoon, which is still ahead of us across Arizona, right, any of those thunderstorms could produce a heavier rain rate. But look into the overnight, that coverage of rain across New Mexico. Elevations above, say, 8,000 feet, we'll see some snow, and then we start to see this work its way off into the plains. But when all is said and done, we do pick up a good 1 to 2 inches in some cases, mostly elevation. Phoenix to Tucson, though, as we go through the rest of this afternoon and evening, an inch of rain, certainly a possibility. This is just a bit of a round, I don't know what round it is at this point, but we do have another one gearing up on the west coast. So we've got the spin of our low up towards the Gulf of Alaska. You can see that boundary that's kind of fading down the west coast. That's going to be the funnel of moisture that moves in this evening. And then as we go through the end of this week, you can watch as that kind of boundary, that front in a way, is what's going to set up that river of moisture, wring out the rain, and then we have a piece of energy that becomes our surface low moving into Southern California, falling down the front, pushing inland. So we're going to see the rain certainly pick up in SoCal as we go through tomorrow afternoon into early Friday. We do get some colder air out of this, though. You can see the northerly winds offshore. And so that does drag in snow for the Sierra. And that is kind of the more positive side to this story. But that heavy rain does begin to move out by about late day Friday, and then we'll be quieter into the weekend. But between, I'd say, picking up tomorrow and early Saturday morning, Southern California, another 1 to 2 inches of rain on the way. Once we get into the LA County mountains, you can see that cold air falling does bring at least a little bit of a wintry mix. But for Los Angeles, of course, the concern is this is a lot of rain, short period of time, a ground that's already saturated